new era for American cricket began in 2021.
There he goes into a dive! What a catch!
The rise of cricket was celebrated across the country. Now, with big wickets and even bigger hits, the stars of minor league cricket are back and better than ever.
Primus goes huge!
Don't miss the nation's largest league competing for the biggest prize in American cricket. The Toyota Minor League Cricket Championship returns June 25th.
You're watching the Toyota Minor League Cricket Championship, presented by Sunoco.
Good afternoon and welcome to the Prairie View Cricket Complex in Prairie View, Texas. We're about an hour away from Houston, a little west of Houston. And welcome to a Central Division matchup here between the St. Louis Americans visiting from St. Louis and the home team, the Houston Hurricanes. Both teams at this moment on the outside of the playoffs looking in, but I don't think either team will care very much about that because they're eager to get started here in the heat in the Prairie View area and hopefully put a good total, a good result on the board for themselves. This is Brian Walters. I'll be with you for the next 3.5 hours or so. News from the center, of course, that the Houston Hurricanes won the toss and Captain Usman Rafiq decided to have a bowl first. So the St. Louis openers are Luke Schofield and Dhruv Dugal. They're walking out to the middle. And a tremendous amount of excitement around the ground as the Houston team, not yet on, in fact, you do see them on camera right now, huddled up. Houston will be buoyed by the return of the great orthodox left-handed spinner, Kartik Gatipalli. Was hurt in the first game of the season, has not played for several weeks, but is now healthy enough to regain his place in the side. Houston certainly missed him for the last several weeks. But that team will be buoyed by the return of young Kartik Gatipalli. And in the meantime, just to look at who the umpires are. The umpire from the Forest End is Partha Patanaik, and the umpire operating from the Highway End is Rakesh Jain. Of course, pleased to bring you the 2022 Toyota Minor League Cricket Championship presented by Sunoco. Official sponsor Daffy News, and those three entities are absolutely elated to help bring this cricket to you. And we, as a cricketing community, are very glad to have their assistance. So just a look at the pitch before we get started. You can see here on your screen is what would we, in our old days, we referred to as a green top. Very, very grassy pitch. Any fast bowler would love to see that. And I think at the same time, you expect that there will be bounce. You expect that there will be carry. You'll also expect that there will be a little bit of seam movement, lateral movement. Just in looking at the way the teams are lining up here, it appears that bowling from the Forest End will be Mohamed Ilyas. Mohamed Ilyas, a right-handed fast bowler coming from the Forest End. Great fast bowler in his own right. Former Pakistani international, certainly represented not only Pakistan but also a couple of teams in the PSL, Pakistani Super League. Very accurate, very hostile fast bowler. Not unexpected, of course. And it will remain to be seen the impact that he will have, but I think that he will like bowling on the surface. Very quick surface. Just from an initial look at that pitch, it appears that there will be something in it for the fast bowlers. So umpire Partha Patanaik signaling to the scorers that we're ready to get going. On strike will be Dhruv Dugal. And any minute now we will get going. Pretty regulation field. Two fielders, of course, allowed outside the circle are down at fine leg. That will be Matthew Trump down at fine leg, and then the other fielder outside of the circle is down at wide third man. Pretty consistent field, what you'd expect for an opening fast bowler. Here we go. Outside off stump. Just kind of allowing this one to sail through is Dhruv Dugal for no run. So we're off and running here in Prairie View, Texas. Again, the Central Division matchup between the St. Louis Americans and the Houston Hurricanes. Houston, you will remember, one of the top teams in the league last year. This year, that success has eluded them. As of right now, they are on the outside looking in, as are the St. Louis Americans. But both teams will not be concerned with that right now. Good delivery, just defended into the offside, and a quick single taken. Good piece of cricket, just drop and run stuff. And a quick shy from the covers. Fielder running across to his right and throwing at the stumps. But they run through for a single. So the first bit of action for the day so far. And in fact, it will now be Luke Schofield who takes strike for the first time. St. Louis Americans, of course, currently in the standings, they are third in the division. The Dallas Mustangs, I think, quite easily can be described as the cream of the crop in terms of the division. We'll get back to that shortly. Next delivery down the leg side. Wide, signaled by umpire Patanaik. So in terms of the standings in the division, the Dallas Mustangs are the best team in terms of the record, and I think you could easily say in terms of talent also. The class of the division so far, 7 up and 1 down in terms of their victories. 7 of 8 games have been won. On 14 points, they are at the top of the division. Continue with those standings here in a minute as Elias comes in. Short, looking to cut. Missing out, but another delivery that is too wide for the liking of umpire Patanaik. So 3 runs already scored from this over with 3 balls still to come. Mohamed Elias just having a little bit of trouble finding the radar. So anyway, in the second team in the division, Dallas Mustangs being number 1. The second team in terms of record is the Chicago Tigers. Their record is 5 wins and 3 losses. Good carry on that occasion. Just good bounce. Sacklin header, the keeper took that one up by his face. So Mohamed Elias will like to see that. So back to the standings. The top 2 teams are the Dallas Mustangs and the Chicago Tigers. The St. Louis Americans check in at 4 up and 3 down. 4 wins, 3 losses. So they are the third team in the division. The top 2 teams are who make it through to the playoffs. So as of right now, the Americans on the outside looking in, but you'd expect that they would be able to challenge for that second playoff spot. Another delivery that has good carry, but again, just a little too wide for umpire Partha Patanaik. So runs at this point for the St. Louis Americans coming in extras. Not something that you want to see if you are a member of the Houston Hurricanes. Captain Usman Rafiq will want to make sure that his big fast bowler cleans up those extras. And a slight change in the field now as third man comes inside the circle. Interesting move. And here we go again. Outside off. Very wide. In fact, Sacklin Hyder diving to take that one in front of the first slip fielder. So 4 wides thus far in the over. And still 2 more balls. Check that, 3 more balls still to be bowled. Just looking at the replay, that one was just very, very wide, well outside off stump. And good work by Sacklin Hyder to prevent that one from running away. In fact, the first slip fielder jumping out of the way. Yeah, 4 so far. Delivery just dropped down to third man. They jog through for a single. That fielder at third man coming into the circle, so not back on the boundary where he was to start with, which suggests that Mohamed Elias is going to be bowling just a touch straighter and maybe just a touch fuller. So few extras bowled so far. If you are Houston, of course, you're going to want to have that cleaned up. You'd expect, though, that a bowler of Mohamed Elias's caliber will be able to clean that up. It's just 2 balls remaining here in the first. Elias, good delivery, bang on target on that occasion. Kind of hurries Dhruv Dugal as he defends just in front of the stumps. Oh, it's a no ball, so signaled by umpire Partha Patanaik. So it was a good delivery in terms of where it landed, but Mohamed Elias committing the sin of overstepping. So a bevy of extras so far here in the over, and more to the point. At this point, Dhruv Dugal is the beneficiary of a free hit. So he'll be very, very interested in what happens here because of the fact that there was no run taken on that. So the field cannot change. Look for Dhruv Dugal to swing for the fences here. Short. Ooh, it's a good short ball, in fact, sailing over the top of the attempted hook shot after having committed the sin of bowling that no ball. Mohamed Ilyas with a great short delivery that Dhruv Dugal was not able to catch up with. So good returns for Ilyas in the end. Just 2 balls still remaining here in the first over. Relatively expensive from the standpoint of having conceded a bunch of extras, but you'd look for the fast bowler to be able to close out here in the first. Another short delivery, just forced off the back foot to that fielder at, let's call it, deep backward point. He was at third man a couple of deliveries ago. He's now inside the circle, and he's off, able to prevent them from scoring. In fact, I had the number of deliveries wrong. That was the last ball of the over. So at the end of 1, a lot of extras, but at the end of that first over, the score is 8 without loss. Back here per review, 8 without loss after 1 over, and the bowler coming from the highway end is going to be Huzefa Ahmed.
Oh, same leg like last time. You can see.
Left arm over the wicket, and this ball peeled, just a sort of a stifled appeal for leg before, and not out, says umpire Rakesh Jain. And they run through for what I believe is a leg by. Huzefa Ahmed, left arm over the wicket, bowling, of course. Just looking at that replay, nothing going for that delivery. It was well down the leg side, pitching probably a foot outside leg stump with that left arm over the wicket from wide of the crease. Virtually no chance of being given out LBW on that one. There's a fielder down at third man and a deep backward square leg. A left arm over angle. Beautiful looking drive. That was Justin, or check that. That was Luke Schofield. Bit of a fumble by Matthew Trump at mid-off, and they run through for 2 runs. So a lot going on so far without tremendous runs being scored off the bat. It's a handful of extras, 6 extras total so far. Here's Ahmed again, short cut, just opens the face, running it down to third man right here in front of us. Ball traveled very quickly too. There's a fair amount of pace in this wicket based on how quickly that ball came off the bat. It was really just a guided shot, not much power in the shot, but it raced down here to third man where Mohamed Ilyas has some work to do to clean up. So another single, something to pay attention to and look at how exactly that ball is coming off the wicket. It appears, at least in the initial few deliveries, that there is a fair amount of pace in the wicket. very hard. When we were looking at that wicket before the game started, it also felt to be very hard. So it'll be interesting to see how these fielders use it. And that is a brutalized, absolutely bludgeoned through extra cover. The first boundary of the day as Dhruv Dugal absolutely hammers that ball. Too wide for Matthew Trump to do anything other than just retrieve it. And then just looking at the replay, that ball short and wide outside off stump. Just he really could have hit that ball anywhere. Not the best of deliveries by Huzaifa Ahmed. And easily put away by Dhruv Dugal for 4. So Dugal now moving on to 7 from 7. Schofield 4 from 4. So they're striking it at exactly a run ball at this point, each of them. And looking to drop this down, almost bounced onto the stumps. It's a good comeback delivery by Ahmed rather. Much closer to the stumps on that occasion. That width that he gave in that previous ball was not there, and Dhruv Dugal did well to keep that ball from ricocheting onto the stumps. So a good comeback delivery. It's just 2 balls, actually 1 ball remaining here now in the second over. Hamid left arm over, looking to close out strong here. Great delivery. That's where he wants to be, on that line, just on the 4th stump line. Had Dhruv Dugal fishing. Missed the outside edge, but that's a good way to close out the over. At the end of 2, the score is 16 without loss.
My son, he's so soft-spoken. Oh, yeah. Everyone says he's so good-looking, and he never forgets to call.
Hi, Mom.
Born for your true self. The 2022 Tundra. Toyota. Let's go places.
Back here, Mohamed Ilyas bowling his second over. First delivery through to the keeper for no run. Mohamed Ilyas, once he gets warmed up, you expect him to run and hit the deck hard. He's that type of bowler. And you also expect that he will cause trouble once he finds the right radar, and he appears to have found it now. In the air, just over the top of that fielder, backward point, out into the deep for a single. Maybe just a touch of Schofield playing away from his body there, and maybe he intentionally, let's give him credit, let's say he intentionally played that over the top of the infield. Just another single to the total. There's not many runs off the bat so far. 1 powerfully struck 4 by Dhruv Dugal. But apart from that, the majority of runs that have scored so far have been 1s and 2s and the occasional extra. Good work at backward point for no run. Mohamed Ilyas, 9 runs conceded so far from his 1.3 overs. And I'll be looking to just make sure that he keeps things exactly where they are. Looking to hike that one over backward square leg. Dhruv Dugal missing out on that shot, and he is going to want to be careful because that is Matthew Trump out there on the boundary at deep backward square leg. And anything other than a well-hit delivery, had that been a top edge, Matthew Trump might have well been in play there. little bit of a switch in the field. Fielder now at short mid-wicket. Actually mid-wicket, more conventional. Going back on the circle at this point. And the fielders are now outside the circle at third man and at deep backward square leg. In the air, that's going to clear the fielder out at long on and run away for the second boundary struck by Dhruv Dugal. So he is looking to take things on here. Mohamed Elias with that delivery, not a short ball and certainly not a ball that was threatening the stumps. He sort of had an in-between type of delivery, not genuinely short, so it was not up by the batter's face where you'd want that to be if it was a short ball. And Dugal just sort of helping himself to 4 runs. Once it cleared that fielder, Gaurav Bajaj at mid-on went away for 4. That's a genuine short ball. That's what you want to see from your fast bowler who wants to bowl short. And he absolutely beat him for pace on that occasion. It was signaled as wide by umpire Rakesh Jain. From our perspective here, we don't have the exact angle, so it's kind of hard to tell, but Mohamed Elias not happy with that call. Boy, looking at the replay, sailing over the top, that you could easily make the decision or have the impression that was, he might have felt hard done by. But either way, again, the umpire's word is final. And Mohamed Elias will have to re-bowl that one. The score is 22 so far with still 1 ball to go here in the 3rd over. Dhruv Dugal still on strike. 11 from 12. Schofield 5 from 6. Here's Mohamed Elias again. Great delivery. Just in that channel outside off stump. Kisses past the outside edge of the bat. At the end of 3, the score is 22 without loss.
What's up, Doug? What got into you?
At Sunoco, we know how to fuel peak performance. Fuel your best.
Back here at Prairie View, Zephyr Ahmed to continue from the highway end. Oh, lovely looking stroke by Luke Schofield. Racing across the fence, or to the fence. Proper looking, elegant extra cover drive. Runs away for 4. So Schofield has been the more sedate of the two. But absolutely nothing wrong with that ball. Driven beautifully through the offside for 4 runs. So Schofield now moves on to 9 from 7. St. Louis Americans are now 26 without loss. 1 ball having been bowled here in the 4th. And this is just dropped down to 3rd man. This is Mohamed Elias. And able to come across and keep the damage to 1. So more than anything else, you're wanting to make sure if you're St. Louis that you continue the momentum that you've started so far. I think they've started with a good approach, just able to punish the bad balls that they've received and for the most part respecting the good balls. Jose Farman is going to want to make sure that he does not bowl any loose deliveries. The first one that was too full was driven away for the boundary. And then, of course, in the previous over that he bowled, he ended up being a little too wide on a couple of occasions. One in particular that was crashed through the extra cover region for 4. So he's going to want to make sure that the radar is right. Both of these openers, both Dhruv Duggal and Luke Schofield, can do damage. They're both two very capable batters. You're going to want to make sure that you don't give them anything loose. Big hoik on that occasion, looking to slap it over backward square leg. There's a lot of room out there, no feeler in the deep. And unfortunately missed out on that shot, did Dhruv Duggal. Looking here on the replay, boy, that left arm angle over the wicket, I think, is what saved that from being a boundary. That angle makes it difficult to catch up with that ball sometimes for a right-handed batter. So Ahmed so far 1.4 overs, none for 13, but he needs to close out strong here. This is just defended in front of the batter for no run. Dhruv Duggal 11 from 16. Luke Schofield 10 from 8. Run rate for these two now at 7.04. So that's a good start inside the power play, of course. In that first 6 overs, only 2 fielders allowed outside the circle. St. Louis going at the rate of about 7 and over, and they'll want to continue that as Ahmed looks here to close out his second over rather, in the air, and it's going to land just in front of the diving attempt. That looks to be Ashley Nurse out there running around from mid-wicket, not able to get to it. Dhruv Duggal can consider himself lucky. That ball landed just out of the reach of the big man from Barbados, and a single taken for good measure. So at the end of 4, the score is 28 without loss.
Took that last corner pretty quick.
Sir, I need one hand on the roof, one hand on the pump.
Timeout for Sunoco Go Rewards.
Keep pumping.
With new Sunoco Go Rewards, when you fuel, you save, because rewards come first.
First bowling change of the day as Matthew Trump, the exciting young South African all-rounder, has the ball and is bowling, replacing Mohamed Elias from the Forest End. Just a bit of an interruption in the feed here. Hopefully you'll continue to hear us. We've lost the video just temporarily, but in the meantime, try my best to describe the action as it's occurring. And as you see happen very often when Matthew Trump is bowling, wicketkeeper Sacklin Hayder moves up and stands up to Trump, which is obviously something that only keepers of great skill are able to do. One of the more skillful batters, or keepers rather, around. Oh, he bowled him. Big hoik across the line. Looking to accelerate things here. Dhruv Duggal and completely playing across a pretty straightforward delivery, looking to attack the new bowler, but he only succeeds in having his middle stump rearranged. So the first wicket falls for the St. Louis Americans. Matthew Trump strikes. He always seems to make something happen when he has the ball in his hand. Here we see on the replay, just looking a premeditated shot, it almost seems like. He decided ahead of time to attack. Matthew Trump completely going across that straight ball, losing his middle stump in the process. So the first wicket goes down after 2 deliveries of the 5th over. The St. Louis Americans are 28 for 1. So the new batter in is Yash Mahajan. Matthew Trump always seems to make something happen. This ball, hard to tell from our angle whether or not there was an edge on that. If it was an edge, it was a very thick edge because not collected cleanly by keeper Sacklin Hyder. But either way, it's a dot ball. So Matthew Trump, 4 deliveries into his over, into his day, 3 deliveries rather, into his day with the ball. Has already taken a wicket, not yet conceded a run. Very full and just defended into the offside. Captain Usman Rafiq there to make sure that there is no damage done. So Matthew Trump has come on and he has broken the opening stand. He's doing exactly what you want if you are a Houston Hurricanes fan. Just pulling back that rate. As of right now, the players or the batters are going exactly as 6 runs and over. And this is just run to backward point for no run. That's Kartigatapali, who's a fielder on that occasion. So 1 ball remaining. Matthew Trump is 1 delivery away from a wicket maiden in his first action of the day. So doing exactly what he wants, or what his captain Usman Rafiq wants from him, to calm things down, and then any wickets that he can give you at the same time is a really nice bonus. So here's the last ball of the 5th, driven in the air through, and that's going to be, I think, 2 runs. Good sliding stop. No, in fact, just 1. Great piece of work in the outfield. Oh, applause is all around as 1 run conceded from the 5th over of the innings. Matthew Trump also takes a wicket in that over. So at the end of 1, check that, at the end of 5, the score is 29 for 1.
वक्त आ गया है लक्ष्मी बासमती राइस को घर लाने का। लक्ष्मी एक्स्ट्रा लॉन्ग बासमती राइस। इसका हर दाना हो इतना लंबा, पकते हुए महके और प्लेट पे क्या खूब खिले। हाँ, मेरे घर लाने का।
Back here at Prairie View, of course, we're pleased to bring you the 2022 Toyota Minor League Cricket Championship presented by Sunoco. And, of course, our official sponsor, Daffin News. Daffin News looking to highlight the best players in this game. So if you are a member of either the Houston Hurricanes or the St. Louis Americans, you'll be looking to see which one of you gets put on the front page of Daffin News. And in fact, it appears to be a change. It was about to be Huzaifa Ahmed who was going to bowl his 3rd over. But I think a change has been made, and the captain, Usman Rafiq, has made the decision to bring himself on. So, spin introduced for the first time today. Captain Usman Rafiq, tremendous orthodox spinner, off spinner. And he will be bowling to Yash Mahajan. Usman Rafiq taking up the attack from the highway end. So this is the last over of the power play. So still only 2 fielders allowed outside the circle. Those 2 fielders.
This one, take that middle one.
2 fielders are down.
Take the middle one.
Down at long on and long off. Check that at long on and deep square leg. First delivery just defended into the offside for no run. Well, it takes a confident off spinner to bowl inside the power play. That ball is lofted over the infield. Thick outside edge. That's running away close to the boundary. Sliding attempt by that fielder. Not able to get there. So, again, only 2 fielders allowed outside the circle. But both of those fielders are in the deep on the onside. So, acres of space out here on the offside. And once that ball gets past that inner ring, certainly able to run away for 4. So the first boundary conceded by the captain, Usman Rafiq. And he'll be looking to maybe pull his line a little bit closer to off stump. In the air, gone, taken. Oh my goodness. Yash Mahajan stands there just really dumbfounded, cannot believe that he just hauled out to that fielder backward point. It was very full, maybe just on an off stump line, maybe that 4th stump line. And he went for the drive and only ended up having that thick outside edge fly away to that fielder at backward point. A simple catch taken, and St. Louis has lost yet another wicket. Yash Mahajan goes, scores 5 from 7, and St. Louis slips a little bit into a spot of bother. They're 33 for 2. Captain Usman Rafiq finding immediate success as he brings himself on inside the power play. He gets rid of Yash Mahajan, and now the new batter is Nikhil Kanchan. Nikhil Kanchan, the right-handed batter. Truly exciting cricketer, actually. Kanchan, wicket-keeper batsman, or batter rather. He'll be facing up to Captain Usman Rafiq. Oh, good bounce. Look how that ball fired through and taken up around the shoulders by Saqlain Haider. So Usman Rafiq conceding a boundary, but he'll take the wicket that came right after that. And this is driven in the air, and oh, spectators catch a split second. It almost appeared to be another wicket, but just a spectator's catch. But more importantly, a dot ball. St. Louis is now slowing down. They were scoring at 7 runs and over. They're now under 6. And this ball is defended into the offside. A dot ball to close things out here in the 6th. That is the end of the power play. And a good, strong end to the power play by the Houston Hurricanes. Over number 5 conceded just 1 run, and over number 6, 4 runs and a wicket. So absolutely great comeback for Houston to pull the St. Louis Americans back. After 6, the score is 33 for 2.
1, 2, 3.
$33 for 2. The Houston Hurricanes clawing their way back into this match. I think if you were scoring this as a boxing match, the first few rounds certainly went to the St. Louis Americans, but the Houston Hurricanes have come back very strongly in the last couple of overs with 2 wickets. The overall scoring rate for the St. Louis Americans now down to 5.5. This ball is helped into the onside, looking for 2. Look out here, throw back to the keeper's end. Oh my goodness! A bit of a fumble there. Could have easily been a run out, I think. From our angle, we're not exactly square of the wicket, so it's kind of hard to tell how close that batter was. But very easily could have been a run out. You see here on the replay, that ball just helped down to the square leg area, and then just looking to come back for that second run was Nikhil Kanchan. Is a throw, as we see here on the replay. Oh, he would have been short had that been collected cleanly. Saqlain Hader, great keeper, but I think he will want to have collected that one. Trump again. Now this one is entirely too wide, and a good stop by Hader to prevent that one from running away for extra runs. As it is, it was just going to be an additional wide. So a few extras bowled here so far by the Houston Hurricanes. Unofficially, by my count, there have been 7 extras. Matthew Trump in the air, pulled down to sort of cow corner, and a diving, in fact, good fielding down there. That is Mohamed Ilyas coming off the boundary. And 2 more runs. So a lot of activity all of a sudden. Looking back at that run out, that easily could have been a run out. Nikhil Kanchan committing to the second run, but when he was sent back by Schofield, he almost found himself in no man's land. And again, had Saqlain Hader collected that cleanly, that easily could have been a dismissal. Trump again, defending it into the outfield. So obviously we're now outside of the power play, so a little bit more room for these batters to operate. And of course, from the standpoint of the fielding side, more protection in the deep. Trump halfway now through his second over. Oh, appeal for catch. Oh, umpire Partha Patanaik is unmoved. Boy, starting to celebrate on that occasion was the keeper, Saqlain Hader. In fact, he appeared to have been celebrating like he knew it was going to be given. He thought it was a thick edge. Boy, this is well outside off stump. And both keeper and bowler just sure that it was a wicket. But the only person who matters is umpire Partha Patanaik, and umpire Patanaik says no. So after all of that excitement, just a dot ball, short, hammered, oh, in the air, on top of our booth here. You might have heard the loud thud as that ball landed on top of the booth. The first 6 of the day, an imperious blow by Luke Schofield. And that was a brutal, brutal strike in response to that set of appeals. Boy, Schofield obviously took umbrage to the couple of appeals going up from both the bowler and the keeper. And he took it out on that ball. That flew well and truly over the top. And again, you might have heard that loud thud coming from our commentator's area. 6 of the best to Luke Schofield. He now moves on to 17 from 11. And that, just for a split second, we thought we would have catching practice with the ball coming through this glass. Oh, cheeky. If that previous delivery was brutal, this one was just cheeky. Just opens the face, runs it off the face of the bat, runs away down to third man for 4. So an expensive over, 15 runs coming from it. Brilliant batting here by Luke Schofield. And at the end of 7, the score is 48 for 2.
My son, he's so soft-spoken. Oh, yeah. Everyone says he's so good-looking, and he never forgets to call.
Hi, Mom. Born for your true self. The 2022 Tundra. Toyota. Let's go places.
Boy, that over had a little bit of everything. An attempted run out. What very possibly should have been a run out. Absolutely positive appeal for a caught behind that was not given. And then 10 runs from 2 balls, a brutal 6, and the cheekiest of 4s. So a lot of action here all of a sudden. 48 for 2 is the score. St. Louis is off and running. Oh, thick outside the edge. It's going to be another 4. It's a moral victory because the batter was well and truly beaten. But that thick outside edge was too thick for the keeper and too fine for any of the other fielders. Runs away down the hill for 4. So runs all of a sudden coming in bunches. The last 3 deliveries have yielded 14 runs. And the 50 is up with that stroke. So St. Louis looking to accelerate now. That run rate is now back up above 7. 7.26 is where it is. Nikhil Kanchan, 7 from 6. Schofield, 21 from 12. And they both are looking to accelerate. Outside off stump, just watchful on that occasion by Kanchan, not looking to go for it. Just a bit of a carrot being tossed out there for or by umpire Usman Rafiq. .52 for 2, 7.3. Usman Rafiq. This is cut away into the outfield, just a single because there's protection out there. That appears to be Zenith Fowler coming in off of the boundary. Zenith Fowler from Westmoreland, Jamaica. So another single to the total. Usman Rafiq, good over so far, good spell so far. Just defended on this occasion, just in front of the stumps by Luke Schofield. Schofield, an imperious batter in his own right, and he generally is a proper batter, but if he gets a loose ball, he can absolutely pounce on it, as you saw a couple deliveries ago. Looking to sweep, gets it very fine, and it's fielded by that fielder, short fine leg. The run through for a single. So that closes out the 8th over. After 8, the score is 54 for 2. We'll be right back.
What's up, Doug? What got into you?
At Sunoco, we know how to fuel peak performance. Fuel your best.
54 for 2. Matthew Trump about to bowl his third over. So far he's bowled 2 overs, taken 1 wicket for 16. It's just a single dropped into the outfield. St. Louis scoring at the rate of 6.73 and over. Another single taken. Going at the rate of 6.73 and over. At this rate, they will get to 135. And speaking to Captain Justin Dill before the match started, he seemed to think that a score around 150, 160 would be par. For them to get to 150 from here, they'd have to score at the rate of 8 and over, which I think they're more than capable of doing. Oh, whipped away in the air. That is a wonderful stroke. And they'll have opportunities to score runs in bunches if they continue doing that. 6 runs more to Luke Schofield. Trump, now gets this one wrong and it goes down the leg side. It's going to be signal wide and they run through for a single to boot. So not a good start to the over here for young Matthew Trump. 6 and then 2 wides, in addition to him having to re-bowl the next couple of balls. So the score ticks on to 64 for 2. 3 balls remaining here in the 9th. Just good tip and run type cricket. Trump not able to get anything going. A few technical issues. We'll be back in a few seconds. So, apologies while we work through a few technical issues as this ball has crashed into the outfield. Unfortunately, as that's the end of the over, unfortunately, we mentioned the heat and humidity of the Houston area. The reality is that the camera that is supposed to bring you the action from over the bowler's arm is actually too hot, if you can believe that. And the fact that we're seeing a less than perfect angle on these cameras as of right now is representative of exactly that reality. So we're bringing the action or the descriptions of the action as best we can. In the meantime, the score is 68 for 2 after 9. .68 for 2. Matthew Trump has bowled 3 overs. His 3 overs have now cost him 30 runs, with 14 coming from that previous over. And this should be a sight to warm the hearts of minor league cricket fans, and specifically Houston Hurricane cricket fans. Kartik Gatipala, the young left-arm orthodox spinner, who was the leading wicket taker for this team last year and who was injured in the first game of the season, has not played since then, is now back into the lineup, and he will be taking up the attack from the highway end. Young Kartik Gatapale, a tremendous cricketer, very successful cricketer, and more than able to stem the tide, and he'll be asked to pull things back here as the last several overs have certainly gone the direction of the St. Louis Americans. Luke Schofield now up to 32 from 18 with 2 4s and 2 6s. And he's facing Kartik Gatapale. Ball driven into the outfield for a single. Young Kartik Gatapale, very accurate, and of course he, as a left-arm orthodox spinner, is turning the ball away from each of these right-handed batters. So that is a tremendous advantage. If you are a Houston Hurricanes fan, ball again struck into the outfield. Do they look for 2? No, they don't, because that fielder in the deep, Zenith Fowler, very athletic across the field. Should not be a surprise that he's athletic because he is Jamaican. If you all have been watching the World Championship sprints, it is not surprising that a country of only 2.9 million people can produce the best sprinters in the world. Zenith Fowler being one of them. He's got to Gatapale again. Almost an action replay, but this time it goes directly to Zenith Fowler. So 3 straight deliveries to start the 10th over rather. All 3 singles into the outfield and all directly towards Zenith Fowler. That is 71 is now the score. And this one is now a dot ball as Gatapale does the fielding himself. So Kartik Gatapale has the ability to just pull things back. Generally bowls a good line, brings those batters forward on that off-stump line. And exactly what he's being asked to do here. Another dot ball. And just last ball, 1 ball remaining here in the 10th. A good return to the side thus far for Kartik Gatapale. And stroked down to long off for a single. So very, very good over. 4 runs coming from that over. The 10th over is one of the more quiet ones in a while. Kartik Gatapale doing exactly what you'd want him to do if you're a Houston Hurricanes fan. At the end of 10, the score is 72 for 2.
वक्त आ गया है लक्ष्मी बासमती राइस को घर लाने का। लक्ष्मी एक्स्ट्रा लॉन्ग बासमती राइस, इसका हर दाना हो इतना लंबा, पकते हुए महके और प्लेट पे क्या खूब खिले।
हाँ, मेरे घर लाने का।
Welcome back to the Prairie View Cricket Complex, where there are 4 people in here but only 1 voice. That 1 voice is about to be doubled up as I'm joined, Brian Walters, here with you. I'm joined by Mr. Mangesh Chowdhury. Mangesh, good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon, Brian.
Mangesh, your thoughts as to the first 10 overs of this match?
So St. Louis actually started really well, and then Houston pulled back, and now again St. Louis is building their momentum.
This appears to be Josefa Ahmed. Oh, what is a great, great cricket shot. Just a back cut, very effortless. Really more guiding that shot than playing a full-blooded cut shot, but placing it perfectly, bisecting that gap behind square and the offside, and the ball races away for 4.
That was a pretty nice shot.
So, Mangesh, you're obviously somebody who has poured your heart and soul into this facility. You're wearing a Houston Hurricanes cap. How hard is it for you to say something nice about a shot from a St. Louis player?
You're making it really hard for me. I'm not a commentator, but I'm trying to help you out, and you're making me nervous.
Well, you can also hear from the laughter in the background that you're not the only one in here, but there's one other person who is, for some reason, refusing to lend her voice to the proceedings as this ball is dropped down in front of Ashley Nurse. Ashley Nurse, a tremendous all-rounder from Barbados. It'll be interesting to see the first time that they bring Ashley Nurse on. Obviously, one of the better bowlers in the side, one of the more experienced bowlers in the side. Mangesh, when do you think they'll bring Ashley Nurse on?
I think it is already late. I was expecting him to bowl during power play, maybe right after power play. But Usman came in, which was a good move. This pitch looks green, but it is going to give you some assistance in spin also. So spinners are not a bad choice. And you can also already see Usman and Karthik, they are actually holding things nicely. So spinner is not a bad option.
Interesting. Actually, let's talk a little bit about that, because this pitch is as green a wicket as I've seen as long as I've been coming to Prairie View. Tell me about the thinking behind having such a green wicket.
So wicket being green doesn't necessarily mean that it is a fast bowler's wicket. Yes, it gives you a little bit of assistance, but doesn't really matter. You have to check the moisture levels and everything in order to make sure that the pitch is really going to assist a pacer or a spinner or a batsman. Some batsmen, they actually like green wicket because the ball comes nicely onto the bat. The green wicket, there are two types of green wickets, honestly. One which has a little bit of runners, which are creating more trouble to the batsman and supporting more to the bowler. And some of them are leafy green, which don't really necessarily do anything, and they nicely come onto the bat.
It's interesting. So looking at the wicket beforehand, obviously, even on your screens, you'll be able to see that tinge of green. And exactly as Mangesh was saying, it appears to have something in it for the pacers as well as the spinners. You saw Mohamed Ilyas when he was bowling, a couple of deliveries where he bent his back, keeper Saqlain Hedo was taking it up above his head, and at the same time you saw some success being achieved by both spinners, Usman Rafiq and Karthik Gatepali. So Zaif Ahmed again, just dropping this one down in front of Ashley Nurse again at backward point. I'm actually surprised, Mangesh, that Ashley Nurse is not yet bowled.
Yes. By the way, let me tell you a little bit about Huzaifa. Huzaifa is actually just 23 years old. He came here on a student visa, and if you look at his bowling action, he is not 100%, but maybe 50% similar to what Sohail Tanvir bowls. He's a little bit wrong-footed.
Mm-hmm. Interesting. Oh, he's coming on for the last ball of his third over. Short, looking to cut away. Missing out on that shot was Nikhil Kanchan. Screams of agony from both the field and in the commentators' area, even though that scream that you just heard is from someone who refuses to come on the air. At the end of 11, the score is 7-8 for 2. You know who keeps saying that.
1, 2, 3.
$78 for 2. Karthik Gatepali coming back on and just attempted late cut on that occasion, missed out on by Luke Schofield.
So Karthik is actually coming back from an injury. This is his first game after the injury, and he's looking pretty good.
Oh my goodness. Sorry
That
to
was
cut
a
you
real
off there,
sweep.
Mangesh, but that was the most elegantly played reverse sweep that you'll ever see. Two fielders inside the circle on the offside. One at backward point, one at gully. That reverse sweep perfectly bisected them both and runs away for 4.
There are quite a few players in this game who are master in reverse sweeping. Saklin being one of them. Luke Schofield. Sometimes I wonder if Saklin is a right-handed or left-handed batsman. So,
Gattipali was, ooh, look at this. Is that going to be a catch? It is a catch. What a brilliant piece of work by Saklin Haider. Thick outside edge, parried it up in the air and stayed with it, caught the rebound, and another wicket goes down as Schofield departs. That is a big wicket for the Houston Hurricanes. As Luke Schofield walks back, having only scored 39 runs, I think he would have wanted to stay there for longer. But his day with the bat is done.
that was a brilliant Dafa News catch of the week. This is definitely going to make in top 10 highlights of this week.
Boy, I tell you, sometimes those thick catches or thick edges are the most difficult ones for the keeper, because not only do you have to control it, but if it is parried up in the air, then you have to be able to control the bounce and make sure that you corral that ball before it hits the turf. And a great piece of work. And I do have to acknowledge, Mangesh, you don't see this very often. Schofield did not wait for the umpire's decision. He immediately turned and walked off, which you absolutely love to see. Not everybody does that. The spirit of cricket is alive and well.
Absolutely, absolutely. Luke Schofield is one of the nicest cricket gentlemen you can ever see on the field. And this is not the first time he actually started walking. I saw him at least 3 or 4 times doing the same thing, so that is brilliant. But sometimes as a batsman, you can be given wrongly out, and that time it is not really a good feeling.
You know, you hear that all the time. You'll hear a batter, if he's asked why is it that he does not walk, you'll hear anything from the umpire has a job to do, to sometimes I'm given out when I'm not out. But it takes truly a brilliant and cricket-minded person to be able to not only withstand when he's not given out, when he should have been out, but to walk when he knows that he's out. A little bit of excitement, just a single to close things out here in the 12th. At the end of 12, the score is 83 for 3.
My son, he's so soft-spoken. Oh, yeah. Everyone says he's so good-looking, and he never forgets to call.
Hi, Mom. Born for your true self. The 2022 Tundra. Toyota. Let's go places.
Jose Ahmed coming on to close out his spell. His 3 overs so far have gone, make that 3 overs and 1 ball, have gone for 20 runs. Has not taken any wickets.
That is not bad though.
Look, if you're bowling in a fashion to restrict the team, the opposition from scoring, you're doing your job in a limited overs match. It's not a test match, so you don't have to take wickets.
Yes.
As long as you're able to restrict the batters from scoring, that's your job.
Yeah, and if you look at his bowling, some of the balls are really, really good, and some of the balls are really, really not so great. So he's little work in progress. He needs to keep bowling on turf wicket more. I think he will be a really, really good bowler.
So that is Ayan Khan, who is the new batter, left-hander. 83 for 3 so far, with 2 balls having been bowled here in the 13th. Jose Ahmed again bowling from the forest end. His last over, big swipe and a miss. Not for his purposes, not touching anything, so he's lucky from that standpoint. But Jose Ahmed, with just 3 balls remaining in his spell, he started out well here in his last over, 3 dot balls. The overall run rate by the St. Louis Americans is now back down to 6.64. So again, if you go by what Captain Justin Dill would have wanted, he was looking for a score somewhere in the 160 range. I think they'll have some work to do to get to that level now. Looking to pull this one. That's Ashley Nurse, it looks like. Over at mid-wicket, just a single. So the current run rate, 6.63. If they continue to score at this exact rate, they'll be at 133. 133, I think, would be something below par, particularly considering what Captain Justin Dill had in mind before the start of play. For them to get up to 155, 157, they'd have to be around 10 runs and over. That will not be easy from here. Short ball. Tell you what, it was knocked in short, but didn't bounce very much. It's another precious dot ball. So just 1 run conceded from the first 5 balls of Jose Ahmed's last over. So if you are Jose Ahmed, you just want to make sure that you close this over out strongly. You want to make sure that you limit whatever damage is done. Nikhil Kanchan has been there for a while, 17 from 21, and he's going to be looking to get some runs here at the end of the over. Smashed, but it gets through the fielder at mid-off and running close to the boundary. Good sliding attempt. That looks like Kartik Attapalli down there. 2 runs, but I'll tell you what, Kartik Attapalli just saved 2 runs for his side. It was a very difficult ball to field. Landed sort of on the short hop, on the half volley, and he took enough pace off of it to prevent it from running to the boundary, and then retrieved it just inches away from the rope, limiting the damage to 2. So that is the end of the over. That's the end of Jose Ahmed's spell. At the end of 13, the score is 86 for 3. Well, I'm a man from the Caribbean, so if there is a Caribbean player on the field anywhere, I want to see him in action. Ashley Nurse, of course, from the island of Barbados, one of the smallest islands in the world that has produced tremendous cricketers over the years. I was on the way driving down here. I was speaking to the third umpire, Kartik, and I told him I could give you a Barbados 11 that will defeat any other 11 in the world. First ball, Ashley Nurse will not be happy with that effort from the fielder and the covers. Should have just been a dot ball, and in fact it's the captain himself. And now a little bit of confusion, and they just conceded 3 runs, and Ashley Nurse really is not happy. What could have been a dot ball ends up being 3 runs, and that's a pretty
That was a little sloppy. The throw was direct hit, but then it was actually good that Nikhil Kanchan was watching and he steals that third run. That was really nice to see.
Well, at this stage of the innings, you're looking to get runs any way that you can get them. So you'll take them any way you can get them. Ashley Nurse, very experienced. I think he would have preferred to have been bowling to the left-hander, Ayan Khan. He's now having to bowl to Nikhil Kanchan. As you would expect, the protection in the deep on the leg side is at long on, at square leg, and at backward square leg. Slow through the air. Tossed up.
That was a good ball.
Yep, good ball. And is knocked into the outfield for a single. Limiting the damage. At this stage, when you bring your off spinner on to bowl in the 14th over, you would think Ashley Nurse would bowl overs 14, 16, 18, and 20.
I think the strategy is from one end they are bowling spinners and from the other end they are bowling pacers. So far it has been working out for Houston Hurricane.
Nothing at all wrong with that strategy. Now, that strategy could potentially be interrupted a little bit with the left-hand, right-hand combination. So they'll want to make sure, again, I think Ashley Nurse prefers to bowl to the left-hander. So maybe in addition to restricting runs, Ashley Nurse is going to want to keep the left-hander on strike. Oh, looking to sweep, but going down the leg side.
That actually gripped and turned a lot.
A little bit of grip, a little bit of turn. Oh,
that was a good ball.
Swept this one away, looking and not able to make contact. So one ball remaining. I think I saw that was a signal. No, make that 2 balls remaining. Oh,
nice.
Look at this nice piece of work. Not going to be out. But
that was a really quick hands by Saqlain Haider.
Lightning work by Saqlain Haider. Just looking at the replay here, just collecting and whipping those stumps off or those bails rather, off in a flash. Luckily for Nikhil Kanchan, his back foot remained grounded. So a dot ball really after all of that, but great work by Saqlain Haider. And this is struck in the air past Gatapale at cover and runs away for 4. So an expensive end to the over. Ashley Nurse concedes a boundary. 10 runs total come from that over. At the end of 14, the score is 96 for 3.
What got into you?
At Sunoco, we know how to fuel peak performance. Fuel your best.
So 96 for 3, the 15th over about to begin, and it appears to be Matthew Trump to come on to bowl his last over. Trump so far playing the role that he's played for the last several matches. Comes on to bowl usually towards the end of the power play and then bowls in those middle overs. 3 overs so far, 1 for 30. His last over, his third, went for 14 runs, so he'll be looking to get something a little bit more economical behind him to close out his spell. He'll be bowling to the left-hander Ayan Khan. Ayan Khan 6, not out from 8. At the other end, Nikhil Kanchan 24 from 26. St. Louis overall 96 for 3. And interestingly, Sakleen Hader choosing to stay back, not keeping up to Trump. And making sure, of course, that that helmet that is behind him stays on the ground, out of reach of any potential free hit or penalty runs. First delivery is a leg by, just trickling off of the face, or actually off of the body of the batter.
This is the first time I saw Sakleen Hader standing behind for Matthew Trump.
Well, look, you'll see that it takes a tremendous amount of skill to keep up to a pacer. And you saw that piece of that attempted stumping in the last over. You saw last week him do the exact same thing, keeping to Trump. So it just really is a tremendous amount of skill that's required to keep up in general, and then certainly keeping up to a pacer. Just a great keeper overall.
Yeah, and Matthew has been really, really good this season. He's not an express pace bowler, but he is a really decent bowler. He bowls within the zone. That makes very difficult for batsmen to hit. And he picked up quite a lot of wickets, actually.
So in some ways, you could make the argument that he plays the all-rounder role that was played last year by
Willem
Luddick.
Yes, absolutely.
So maybe not quite the caliber cricketer of Willem Luddick, but then again, not many people are. Willem Luddick is a tremendous cricketer in his own right, but truly, Matthew Trump has the ability to fill more than one role. He is a great bowler, and we've seen with the bat what he can do. So he's a good cricketer all around.
Absolutely. Willem Luddick is a little older than him too. So given some time, maybe Matthew Trump will become similar to Willem Luddick.
So 99 for 3 with just 2 balls remaining here in Matthew Trump's spell. Nikhil Kanchan looking to take him on. 25 from 28. Slower delivery, goes across the line, trickles down behind towards short third man. No signal from umpire Partha Patanaik, which indicates to me that should have likely come off the bat. So just a single. So 1 ball remaining here in the 15th. Good last over developing so far for Matthew Trump. Now he's looking to close out strong. Stroked into the outfield, just a single. So a very, very good over. His third over went for 14 runs. This one much more economical. Just 5 runs coming from this over. At the end of 15, the score is 101 for 3.
Hello.
Took that last corner pretty quick.
Sir, I need one hand on the roof, one hand on the pump.
Timeout for Sunoco Go Rewards.
Keep pumping.
With new Sunoco Go Rewards, when you fuel, you save, because rewards come first.
.101 for 3. 5 overs remaining for the St. Louis Americans to do some damage here. They're currently scoring at the rate of 6.73 and over. If they continue at this rate, they'll end up at 135. Of course, it's going to be difficult to accelerate past that because Ashley Nurse, who's only bowled 1 over so far for 10 runs, you expect that he'll be able to restrict the scoring. And Ashley Nurse is the type of bowler that gets better the more you try to accelerate past him. This is knocked in the air. Oh my goodness, down there on the boundary. Sails over the head of that fielder at deep mid-wicket. For a split second, it appears that he might have had a chance to catch that. Maybe he might have been in just a little too far, and it goes over his head. It goes all the way for 6.
Do you know who the fielder was?
Taking on that fielder out there in the deep that looks like Gaurav Bajaj. And he was not able to control it, and it goes all the way for 6. So Nikhil Kanchan looking to accelerate, now trying to go around a sweep around the leg side. Another wide bowled here by Ashley Nurse.
Just to give you some statistics, Ashley Nurse bowled 28 wide balls during this season in 27th over.
Very interesting. So Ashley Nurse, generally a very economical bowler and a very accurate bowler. So 28, essentially bowling 1 wide per over.
As a spinner, yeah, that is a little too much.
This is in the air, couple of bounces. That is Zenith Fowler down at deep extra cover. Boy, if you're Ashley Nurse, your pedigree alone makes you fit to bowl in the death overs. So you wouldn't expect wides to be bowled by Ashley Nurse, but even when he bowls wides, I think he's still best when the batters are going after him because of his uncanny ability to negotiate and be able to understand when they're coming after him and keep the ball just out of the hitting zone. Having said that, this ball that was just punched behind square somehow yields 2 runs. Nurse is not going to be happy with that. 2 balls remaining here in the 16th over, and he's already conceded 10 runs. So an expensive start to his spell, Ashley Nurse. Still 2 balls to go, bowling around the wicket to the left-hander. Fired in a lot flatter on this occasion, which is not unexpected. That's one way to neutralize the big hitters going after you, is to just bowl those full flat Yorkers. So this should be his last ball of his second over. Tossed up slowly, and that is spanked in the air well and truly over the top of cow corner. Flies away for 6. So definitely an expensive over bowled here by Ashley Nurse. His second over goes for 16 runs at the end of 16 overs. The score is 117 for 3.
Actually 110.
So correction on the scorecard. The score is 116 for 3. 116 after 16. So the last 4 overs. Interesting to see now that Usman Rafiq has gone back to his horse, Mohamed Ilyas, who typically bowls overs 1 and 3 or 2 and 4, depending on who the other opening bowler is. And then he definitely usually comes back to bowl in the, or at the death. So he's about to bowl the 17th. You would think he would bowl over 17 and 19. And he will be bowling to Nikhil Kanchan, whose strike rate is now up to 100, stroking it exactly at 100, 33 from 33 faced. His partner at the other end, Ayan Khan, 14 from 13. Ilyas will be looking to fire those Yorkers in or bowl that good hard length. And this first ball is the latter, into the pitch and sailing past that attempted drive by Nikhil Kanchan. A dot ball to start things here in the 17th. Mohamed Ilyas, his first 2 overs relatively sedate. Good delivery again. Just run down behind point for a single. Oh, they come back for two. Boy, Captain Usman Rafiq will not be happy. Muhammad Elias certainly is not happy. That ball was just dropped down to short third man. You would not think that there was 2 runs in that. Good running also by the St. Louis pair of Nikhil Kanchan and Ayan Khan. But Houston cannot be happy with having conceded 2 runs there. And Muhammad Elias, just from his body language, you can tell that that's not something that he wanted to see happen. So just 4 balls now remaining here in the 17th. Here's Elias again. Short of a length and crashed into the outfield. That's 1, and they'll come back for 2 as that sliding stop out there at deep extra cover cannot prevent 2 runs from being scored. So good starts so far to the over for St. Louis. 3 deliveries have been bowled, 4 runs scored. And this is the type of over that, unless Muhammad Elias maintains a good line and length, could potentially go for runs. Looking to swipe this one away over backward square, and little too quick for him on that occasion though. Nikhil Kanchan late on the attempted pull shot. Umpire Partha Patanaik having a look at that area where Muhammad Elias is landing.
I think they found some gold or something over there.
But if I'd known that there was gold here at Prairie View, I would have been here a long time ago.
Never know. You need to start digging.
Elias with a good short ball and really kind of helped over down to fine leg for 4. Goes for 4. Honestly, I don't know that Nikhil Kanchan meant that ball to go in that direction. It appeared as though it was more a defensive sort of get out of the way kind of a shot. He was ducking at the same time that he was playing the pull shot, and it somehow kissed off the face of the bat and ran down to fine leg for 4.
If you don't tell, that is a brilliant shot.
In the scorebook, it will look like a brilliant pull shot. The reality is a little bit different, but I think St. Louis will take the runs any way they can get them from here. Nikhil Kanchan now up to 41 from 38. The score up to 124 from 3, and St. Louis actually now accelerating well and truly towards the back end of this innings. The last couple of overs have gone for 15 runs and now 8 with 1 ball to go here in this 18th or 17th over. Muhammad Elias conceded 22 runs already from his 3 overs and 5 balls, and this is given. A huge swipe across the line, full and straight. Muhammad Elias with that delivery aiming, in my view, towards leg stump. Playing across the line is Nikhil Kanchan. Umpire Partha Patanaik having a look and then raising the dreaded finger. So another wicket goes down. A big wicket of Nikhil Kanchan, who was looking dangerous. Yeah, looking at the replay, he walked across his stumps and looking to hoik that away on the leg side. Probably hit right in front of middle and leg from my view. And the 4th wicket goes down. So good innings by Nikhil Kanchan. It comes to an end. He's out for 41 from 29. Here you see again on the replay, just looking to whip that away on the leg side. Completely across the line. And when you miss a straight ball going across the line, the inevitable is exactly what happened. So that is the end of Muhammad Elias' 3rd over at the end of the 17th over overall. Score is 124 for 4.
Justin Dill is in. He's also a really, really handy batsman, especially in this kind of situation when there are 3 overs to go.
Justin Dill, definitely a handy batsman, and more than a handy batter. In the first game of the season, St. Louis lost to Chicago Tigers by 38 runs, but Justin Dill top scored in that game with 66. And he's certainly capable with the bat. Coming in at this number 6 position, you'd expect, particularly with only a handful of overs left, only 3 overs left, you expect that he'd be able to do some damage here. This is cut away in the air. Usman Rafiq back into the attack. His first delivery is a little bit too short, a little too wide, and cut away for 4. So Usman Rafiq, 2 overs so far, 1 for 14. Check that, 1 for 10, but then his first delivery of his 3rd over goes just dropping a little too short to Ayan Khan. Ayan Khan easily cutting that away for 4. So St. Louis really has been on a tear these last few overs. They've lost a wicket or 2, but they're conceding runs, or they're scoring runs rather. The throw coming in, that is Zenith Fowler coming off the boundary, but not able to prevent 2. So 2 more runs. A 4 and a 2 to start things here in the 18th over. Usman Rafiq. Interestingly, Ashley Nurse only bowling those 2 overs. Oh, this is a great looking shot, but directly to backward point. No run. Ayan Khan now the leader of the partnership. He was a junior partner in the previous partnership. Oh, look at this. It's going to be an easy stumping, I believe. Yep, given by Partha Patanaik. Ayan Khan looking to accelerate, dancing down the wicket. And
again, Saqlain Haider. Really acrobatic stumping.
Saqlain Haider, the man whose name we've called a number of times before. Here you see on the replay.
That was really wide. It gripped, turned, bounced, everything, and then Saqlain Haider picked up cleanly and then acrobatically stumped Ayan Khan.
Wow.
Highlight number 2.
Tremendous amount of work behind the stumps. You're absolutely right, Mangesh. That gripped and turned tremendously. Here you see on the replay, wide of the crease, grip, turn, bounce, probably shoulder height, and Haider up on his feet to take that ball, and then athletically going back towards the stumps to complete the stumping. So really good piece of work there. In fact, had that been adjudged to be wide, it would not have been surprising. A dot ball really after all of that, but
yeah, probably not, because when the ball was crossing the batsman, it wasn't really a wide. Actually, the batsman came forward, and I think that's why it is not a wide.
Very interesting. So the 5th wicket goes down. Usman Rafiq, importantly for him, has controlled the stem of runs, or the flow of runs, and then one tremendous piece of work behind the stumps by Saqlain Haider results in a stumping. So
a little bit about Usman Rafiq actually. You don't realize it because Houston Hurricane is not really in the playoff run right now. They lost a little too many matches, but Usman Rafiq bowled and bat really well during this season, especially with the captaincy and everything.
Oh! Almost a spectacular return catch. Usman Rafiq.
Few inches short.
That actually hit his left hand, it looks like. Looking at the replay, that's driving a little away from his body and reaching out, touching it with his left hand, but not able to put it away. And the last ball of the over just guided into the covers. So an exciting end to the over. A return catch dropped, harsh to call that a drop, but it was a drop. But more importantly for the Houston Hurricanes and Captain Usman Rafiq, 1 wicket taken in that over. So at the end of 18, the score is 131 for 5.
वक्त आ गया है लक्ष्मी बासमती राइस को घर लाने का। लक्ष्मी एक्स्ट्रा लॉन्ग बासमती राइस। इसका हर दाना हो इतना लंबा, पकते हुए महके और प्लेट पे क्या खूब खिले। हाँ, मेरे घर लाने का।
Welcome back. It has been relatively cold today compared to Houston standards. It is not crossing 110, so everybody feels really happy about that.
Happy might be a little strong, Mangesh, but we're satisfied that it's not 110. Put it that way. So Mohamed Ilyas coming back in to bowl the 19th, his last over, and this is spanked deep down to Carl corner. Oh, good work by Ashley Nurse. Oh, look at that throw right over the top of the stumps at the non-striker's end. Good piece of work in the deep. So just limiting the damage to 1 run. It's a good start here to the over by Mohamed Ilyas. Oh, the Toyota Minor League Championship presented by Sunoco has yielded some really high-level cricket. And even though these two teams would be truly fighting a tremendous uphill battle to make the playoffs, I think both teams are still really talented. And the stage, I think, is set for an interesting finish to this match. Just 2 overs left in this inning. St. Louis already at 132. I said 2 overs. I meant 1 over and 5 balls as the 19th is in progress. Stroked back to Mohamed Ilyas. Dot ball, a precious commodity. So his 3 overs so far have yielded 3 overs and 2 balls have yielded 23 runs. He's taken 1 wicket. Mohamed Ilyas, a tremendous bowler, as I said a couple of times. And he typically opens the bowling and then comes back and bowls the death overs. So here he is again, just looking to keep things quiet here at the back end of the innings. Yorker length. Boy, looking to bowl full and straight, and that is clipped behind. Oh, it's a no ball. He overstepped. Oh, my goodness. Missed that when it actually happened, but I guess going for the effort ball and committing the sin of overstepping. Umpire Partha Patanaik signaling a no ball and a free hit.
This is, I think, his second no ball of this inning.
Yep.
He was actually having some problems with the no balls. I mean, he bowled maybe 7 or 8 no balls throughout this season. As a fast bowler, I think this is a little...
Definitely something that you'd want to fix. Now, will this be a bouncer or a Yorker? It's the bouncer, and that is going to be a wide, and I think that's a fair call. It actually bounced, pitched closer to Mohamed Ilyas himself than it did to the batter, and it sailed probably some 8 feet over his head, well, 8 feet in the air, easily, comfortably over the batter's head. And so he's going to have to re-bowl, and again, of course, it's going to be another free hit. Here's Ilyas again, full and straight, and dug out. It's going to be Ilyas himself who retrieves that one from short mid-wicket. So Mohamed Ilyas's body language suggests that he's not happy with the last few deliveries, but frankly only has himself to blame there. Committing the cardinal sin of bowling those no balls. You're always going to want to control that. Still 3 balls to go here in the 19th. 136 on the board for St. Louis and looking for much more. If they continue at this exact rate, they'll be above 147. But again, Captain Justin Dill had said that 160 is what he was aiming for. So let's see how close they can get to that number. Have a little bit of work to do to get to that number. If they score 12 runs and over from here, they'll be at 154. Short, in the air, sailing over the top of Zenith Fowler at deep backward square for 6. So again, Mohamed Ilyas goes to the short ball. It does not work the way he wanted it to. In fairness, he did beat the batter for pace, but the batter got enough on that, Justin Dill did, to have that sail over deep backward square and carry all the way for 6. So a couple of expensive overs. 11 already from this over. Still 2 balls to come. Mohamed Ilyas is not having the type of closeout to his spell that he would have wanted. And I'd like to see him just go the full and straight route. Full and straight is what he needs to do here. There it is, full and straight, but not full enough. In the air. Oh, what a great catch. taken in the deep. That looks like Ramiz Raja, if I'm not mistaken. It is Ramiz Raja. Good sliding catch down there in the deep. Good piece of cricket. Full and straight is what I asked for. It didn't quite get it full enough, so I thought it might have been hit all the way, but Ramiz Raja on the boundary doing good work. Good sliding catch, and that is the end of Captain Justin Dill. So 142 now for 6. Justin Dill departs, having scored just 7 from 4. And the new batter in is going to be Murali Basupali. Check that. The new batter in is Singh. So Basupali came in a couple of deliveries ago rather. And Bajinder Singh is the batter. And full toss, low full toss, and in the air down to Ramiz Raja again. The comeback for 2. The throw is not going to be in time. 2 runs to close things out here in the 19th. A bit of an expensive over, but if you're Houston, you will take the wicket that over produced. 13 runs from the over at the end of 19. The score is 144 for 6.
1, 2, 3.
So the last over, Captain Usman Rafiq taking the bull by the horns to close things out himself from the highway end. He will be bowling to Murali Basupali. 2 relatively new batters at the crease. Murali Basupali only been there for 4 deliveries, faced 4 deliveries, scored 3 runs, and facing up to the Captain Usman Rafiq. Looking to go big, not timing it well, but it trickles away down to backward square leg for a single. So if you were looking for the 160 that was expected by Captain Justin Dill, you're still 15 runs away from that number. And getting there against Usman Rafiq will not be easy. This is stroked in the air. Simple catch taken in the deep. Another wicket goes down. That looks like Kartik Gatapale, who does the simple job of just corralling that straightforward drive. Another wicket down as the batter, it would be Singh, who just managed to help that ball down to deep long off. Pretty simple catch in the deep by Kartik Gatapale. Another wicket goes down there now, 145 for 7, St. Louis. So 7 down. We'll get the name of the new batter shortly. Here's Usman Rafiq, tossed up in the air, running around, and another catch taken. So 2-2. Usman Rafiq has this knack of taking wickets at the back end of the innings. He's taken 2 more here to start the 20th over. And all of a sudden, St. Louis is wobbling. They're now 145 for 8.
And Usman is on hat-trick. Again.
Usman, again, for the second consecutive week, is on a hat-trick. It'll be interesting to see what field is set here. If you want to have a hat-trick field, you'd expect close-in fielders. You'd expect a couple of slip fielders, maybe a leg slip. But in the last over of the innings, I don't think that you'll see all of that.
I don't think so either. I think they will just go through the motion and try to bowl according to the plan, and if the wicket happens, happens. But Usman deserves an hat-trick here.
Oh my goodness, the new batter is Paras Marwa, I believe. Here's the hat-trick ball.
Let's see.
No! Usman Rafiq rise to the occasion. The captain does it himself. A hat-trick here in the 20th over. And the excitement that you hear here in the commentators area is because Mr. Mangesh Chowdhury does not need a mic for everyone in America to hear him.
No, that was brilliant. He definitely deserves his hat-trick, and that was brilliant. Short ball, it was there to be hit, and it was hit up in the air, and great catch. Amazing.
Oh my goodness, the ball was short. It landed probably at the 11-yard mark. And very honestly, that batter could have hit that ball anywhere that he wanted to, but only succeeding in skying it towards mid-wicket, and a simple catch taken. So a hat-trick in the 20th over, taken by Usman Rafiq.
Now you want to bet for a double hat-trick?
Does he go for a double hat-trick? I suspect he will not be thinking about that. I think he's just going to be looking to close things out here. 9 wickets down.
I'm pretty sure he is not thinking about it, but I am.
So Sam Das is the batter, left-hander. And boy, these are really solid body blows being landed. And in fact, check that. It's Paras Marwa who's on strike, the U21 player. Oh, another stumping! And it is a double hat-trick!
Now you're talking.
Look at this! And for a double hat-trick to close things out. That is the end of the innings. 1 ball to spare, but that will not matter because all of the St. Louis wickets are down. Usman Rafiq stand and take a bow. 145 all out for St. Louis, and the Houston Hurricanes have a pretty straightforward job made easier by the work of their captain with the ball. Usman Rafiq, boy, here we see on the replay, the first ball skied into the outfield. Pretty simple catch. Here's the next one. In the air, taken down at long on. That's the second. Here's the third ball. Short ball skied to mid-wicket. And you see the celebration as that third catch is taken. And then the last delivery tossed up, completely missed by the left-hander, and a clean stumping completed by Saqlain Haider. So great work by Houston to close out this innings. 146 the target. We will be taking a short break. We'll be back in about 10 minutes. Absolutely bludgeoned through extra cover and a deep backward square leg. In the air, that's going to clear the fielder out at long on and run away for the second boundary. Per review, Zephyr Ahmed to continue from the highway end. Oh, lovely looking stroke by Luke Schofield, racing across. Oh, he bowled him. Big hoik across the line. Looking to accelerate things here. That ball is lofted over the infield. Thick outside edge. That's running away close to the boundary. Sliding attempt by that fielder. Not able to get there. A little bit closer to off stump. In the air. Gone. Taken. Oh my goodness. Man, just a dot ball. Short, hammered, in the air, on top of our booth here. You might have heard the loud thud as that ball landed. Yes. Oh, cheeky. If that previous delivery was brutal, this one was just cheeky. Just opens the face, runs it off the face of the bat. Lewis is off and running. Oh, thick outside the edge. It's going to be another 4. It's a moral victory because the batter was well and truly beaten, but that thick outside edge was and over, which I think they're more than capable of doing, or whipped away in the air. That is a wonderful stroke, and they'll have opportunities to score runs in bunches if they continue doing that. This appears to be Jose Ahmed. Oh, what is a great cricket shot. Just a back cut, very effortless. Really more guiding that shot than playing.
This is his first game after injury, and he's looking pretty good.
Oh my goodness. Sorry to cut you off there, Mangesh, but that was the most elegantly played reverse. Gattipali was, look at this. Is that going to be a catch? It is a catch. What a brilliant piece of work by Seklian Header. Thick outside edge. Nikhil by Seklian Header. And this is struck in the air past Gattipali at cover and runs away for 4. So that gets better the more you try to accelerate past him. This is knocked in the air. Oh my goodness. Down there on the boundary. Sails over the head of that fielder at deep mid wicket for a split second. His last ball of his second over. Tossed up slowly, and that is spanked in the air well and truly over the top of cow corner. Flies.
You need to start digging.
Elias with a good short ball and really kind of helped over down to fine leg for 4. 2 runs already from his 3 overs and 5 balls. And this is given! A huge swipe across the line, full and straight. Mohamed Elias with that delivery aiming. You expect that he'd be able to do some damage here. This is cut away in the air. Usman Rafiq back into the attack. His first delivery is a little bit too short, a little too wide in the previous partnership. Oh, look at this. It's going to be an easy stumping, I believe. Yep, given by Partha Patanaik. Ayan Khan looking to accelerate, dancing. Runs it over from here. They'll be at 154. Short in the air. In the air, sailing over the top of Zenith Fowler, deep backward square for 6. Route full and straight is what he needs to do here. There it is, full and straight, but not full enough. In the air, oh, what a great catch! Taken in the deep, that looks like Ramiz Raja. And getting there against Usman Rafiq will not be easy. This is stroked in the air, simple catch, taken in the deep. Another wicket goes down. That looks like Kartik got. Here's Usman Rafiq tossed up in the air, running around, and another catch taken. I believe here's the hat trick ball.
Let's see.
That's Marwa who's on strike, the U21 player. Oh, another stumping, and it is a double hat trick.
Now you're talking.
My son, he's so soft-spoken. Everyone says he's so good looking, and he never forgets to call.
Hi, Mom. Born for your true self. The 2022 Tundra. Toyota. Let's go places.
You're watching the Toyota Minor League Cricket Championship, presented by Sunoco.
Welcome back to the Prairie View Cricket Complex.
You're watching the Toyota Minor League Cricket Championship, presented by Sunoco.
Will have been buoyed mightily by the close of that innings. The previous innings where St. Louis, having gone into the 19th over, looking to get close to that 160 mark, were victim to a brilliant bowling spell by the captain himself, Usman Rafiq, closing things out after a single with a double hat trick. 4 wickets and 4 balls. The second, third, fourth, and fifth balls of the innings, taking wickets, and a great spell by the captain himself, putting his team, I think, in the position where they'll be happy with where they are right now. Brian Walters again with you. And the openers on the way out for the Houston Hurricanes are Ramiz Raja and Munib Chowdhury. And one suspects that the brilliant Justin Dill will take up the attack. Captain Justin Dill will open the attack from the forest end, looking to restrict the Houston team from getting to these runs. So just a matter of 146 runs to get. The required rate is 7.3, a little bit more than a run a ball. Houston will tell themselves that the way that the wicket is playing, it's playing relatively true. It does take spin, but if you apply yourself, you can essentially play through the line, and you expect that they will continue to be able to not take chances and sort of push on toward victory. It will not be easy. Justin Dill is a tremendous bowler, and then he has other bowlers who are able to restrict things. I particularly like Sam Das, the tall left-arm fast bowler youngster. Sam Das, you expect, would have something to say about whether or not the Houston team gets to this total. And also keep an eye out for Baljinder Singh, who is a good bowler. Paras Marwa, who is also a good bowler. So there's definitely bowlers in and around. Of course, Murali Basupali is somebody else who you expect to be able to restrict the Houston team. So it will not be easy for Houston, but what they have to tell themselves is that if they apply themselves, they can definitely get to where they need to get. So starting off here, it will be Captain Justin Dill himself. And he will be bowling to Ramiz Raja. Here we go. Houston chasing on the way. First delivery just defended back to Justin Dill for no run. A lot of work to do here for Houston, but by no means is this insurmountable. All they'll need to do again is just apply themselves, and Ramiz Raja, more than capable. As the first run is taken of the day's play, and they come back for 2. So my apologies. I was sort of halfway blinded by a little action in front of me that had nothing to do with the play itself. But Houston is off and running. 2 without loss. Here's Justin Dill again. Full and straight and defended by Ramiz Raja. Ramiz Raja, tremendously experienced cricketer, and has played cricket for a really long time. Former player in the Pakistani in the PSL. And he has not had the returns this year that you'd expect from somebody of his caliber at the top of the order. But maybe this is the day that he's able to take the bull by the horns and guide his team to victory. And his partner at the other end is Manip Chowdhury. Short delivery, look for a quick single. Good work on the infield. Good aggressive running by the batters, to be honest. And a single taken, so Manip Chowdhury will be the batter who is now on strike after 5 deliveries. Ramiz Raja, very capable batter, and now Manip Chowdhury going to be on strike for the first time. One thing to keep in mind that this Houston team, this ball is guided down to third man. The Houston team is relatively bottom heavy. What I mean by that is that their hitters down the lineup, Ashley Nurse, Usman Rafiq, Matthew Trump, those are big hitters who can come in and make up any deficits in a short period of time. So what you're going to want if you're Houston is to just make sure that you conserve wickets. And if you can do that, then the score is going to be in your favor. Great delivery. Oh my goodness. It's going to be hard to conserve wickets with more deliveries like that from Justin Dill. Pitching and leaving the batter on that occasion. Ramiz Raja not able to get close to it. Here we see on the replay. Boy, that absolutely opened him up. That is almost like a leg break at 80 miles an hour. Great last delivery by Justin Dill. And at the end of 1, the score is 4 without loss.
What's up, Doug? What got into you?
At Sunoco, we know how to fuel peak performance. Fuel your best.
Murali Basapali to take up the attack from the highway end. Murali Basapali. So far in the minor leagues for this year, as this ball is helped around the leg side for a quick single, Basapali so far has bowled 219 balls, make that 220 with that delivery. He's taken 10 wickets, 283 runs conceded, so his average is around 28, taken 4 catches. Economy rate, well, don't have that information in front of us. Played 14 matches, 12 innings, 219 balls, 283 runs, and 10 wickets. He'll be looking for wickets here. I think it's going to be very difficult to restrict Houston without taking wickets. Oh, good looking shot, just dropping it down to third man for a single. So 2 singles to open up the scoring here in the 10th, in the second. St. Louis Americans, of course, I think would feel somewhat deflated by the way that that innings ended. But it's up to them to pick themselves up off the mat and try to make a game of this. I would not want to be asked to handicap this match the way that things are right now, but Houston will feel very buoyed. I think that St. Louis will feel that all they need is 1 or 2 good balls and they're back in the thick of this match. But at this point, I'd probably guess that Houston would feel that they're just ahead by a nose. Here's Basapali again. Oh, thick outside edge, genuine outside edge, flies down to third man for a single. So 3 singles to start the innings. And speaking of taking wickets, had there been a little bit more of an aggressive field set, somebody had been, for example, catching at gully, or maybe even a slip fielder, maybe a wide slip, maybe a third slip, could easily have taken that ball. So 3 singles to start the second over. Murali Basapali in action. Nikhil Kanchan, the keeper, similar to what Saqlain Haider did with Matthew Trump, is keeping up to the seamer. It really does take a special amount of skill to be able to do that. Very full. Oh my goodness, that is a drop. Straight in and straight out. Right to backward point. Boy, Luke Schofield it is on that occasion, who easily could have put that away. Pretty straightforward catch if you're going to be feeling at backward point. And you can tell he's upset with himself for not having put that one away. But a life is given to Ramiz Raja. Basapali again, short, and this is guided directly to Schofield. Fields it without much trouble, but he will be ruining the one that got away. Because a pretty straightforward catch. Again, if you're fielding at backward point, you're going to want to make sure to put those away. My goodness. That would be very regretted. Here's Basapali looking for the big swipe and misses it. So an eventful end to the over. Only 3 runs coming from that over. But a big drop. Let's see how much that drop costs. Luke Schofield wanting to.
Took that last corner pretty quick.
Sir, I need 1 hand on the roof, 1 hand on the pump.
Timeout for Sunoco Go Rewards.
Keep pumping.
With new Sunoco Go Rewards, when you fuel, you save, because rewards come first.
Catch. Murali Basapali puts his hand around Luke Schofield and says, don't worry about it, take the next one. So that is the end of the second over. The score is 7 without loss. Justin Dill back into the attack. Bowling to Munib Chowdhury. Justin Dill generally bowls a very hard length. He's one of those bowlers who gets that ball just in that awkward length that neither brings the batter forward or pushes him back, and generally makes it pretty hard to score. So he can be difficult to score off of. If you're Houston, you're going to want to find ways to maneuver the field. Good piece of work there at backward point. You're going to want to be able to manufacture runs off of Dill. I don't think he's the kind of bowler who you can attack. But at the same time, you need to be able to find ways to get those balls in the gaps. For example, there's a pretty big gap if you were to take the pace off of the ball as a batter at short cover. There's opportunities for you to score runs if you maneuver the bowling. And this one is helped behind square, a little too straight for Justin Dill, and taken advantage of by Munib Chowdhury. Actually, that's by Ramiz Raja. Check that is Chowdhury. Just riding the bounce off of his hips, and it runs away down the hill behind square for 4. Good piece of work. For the first time, Justin Dill just getting a little too straight, too much on leg stump. And Munib Chowdhury not finding any fault with that delivery, just helping it around the corner. And with fine leg in the circle, that was always going to be 4. Here's Dill again. Full, struck right back to Dill, and he takes it. Oh my goodness. Oh, how anticlimactic is that for Muneeb Chowdhury? Playing just a touch too early out in front of his body. A full delivery, but he did not do with it what he could have, and only succeeding in guiding it right back to Justin Dill, who takes a good sharp catch low and to his left. So Muneeb Chowdhury goes. His day with the bat is done. Houston loses their first wicket. The score is 11-1. And here you see on the replay Justin Dill, very athletic piece of work. That ball was struck back at him. It's never easy to take a return catch when you're a pace bowler. Return catches in the first place are difficult, but as a pace bowler, when your momentum is taking you down the pitch, it becomes difficult to sort of adjust and take that catch. But he absolutely snapped that up, Justin Dill. No mistakes with that one. And all of a sudden, Houston, I mentioned a second ago that they're going to want to conserve wickets. Well, they're not conserving wickets on this occasion because one of the openers is sent back. And their job will be made harder here because, again, St. Louis is a good bowling side. They have good bowling options. And Justin Dill back in now to attack the new batter, Gaurav Bajaj. Look at this delivery. Oh, my goodness. That is an unplayable delivery. That is another leg break at 80 miles an hour. Looking at this replay, pitching and then absolutely exploding off the pitch, taken above the head of the keeper, Nikhil Kanchan, taking that one at eye level. And luckily for Gaurav Bajaj, he did not get any bats on that because that genuinely was an unplayable delivery. Last ball in the third. Another good delivery. My goodness. Justin Dill is making the ball talk. At the end of 3, the score is 11-1.
वक्त आ गया है लक्ष्मी बासमती राइस को घर लाने का। लक्ष्मी एक्स्ट्रा लॉन्ग बासमती राइस। इसका हर दाना हो इतना लंबा, पकते हुए महके और प्लेट पे क्या खूब खिले।
हाँ, मेरे घर लाने का।
$11-1. Houston on the way to what they want to think is an opportunity to secure a victory against a higher-ranked team. Has been rocked by great bowling by the captain, Justin Dill. The score is 11-1. And throughout this innings, we'll be looking at the required rate as well as the actual rate. The actual rate, 3.67. That should not bother Houston very much because I think right now they need to just make sure that they keep wickets in hand. But if they get many more deliveries or many more overs like the one Justin Dill just bowled, it will be difficult. Basapali back into the attack, and he's not going to be any easier to score off of. Nikhil Kanchan keeping up to him, as again we say that that's a tremendous amount of skill that's taken or that's needed by that position. Nikhil Kanchan seeing that first delivery sail through for a dot ball. Here's Basapali again, and this is crashed through the covers, and this takes a little bit of the pressure off. A little bit too wide, and Ramiz Raja taking full toll of that one. Opens up the shoulders and blasts it through the covers. Fielder diving at backward point, but not able to get to it, and it goes away for 4. So if you're Houston, you're going to want to make sure that you don't allow the pressure to build. And each dot ball, each good delivery, St. Louis will feel more and more like they're gaining control of this match. So one of the easiest ways to sort of reverse that pressure is to have those scoring opportunities taken care of yourself. Ramiz Raja now up to 8 from 11. Back to facing Basapali. Full and driven right back to the bowler himself. No run. Gaurav Bajaj, the number 3 batter. We've seen him play some really good innings this year. And Houston, I think, overall is just going to want this pair to steady the ship, just to make sure that no further damage is done. In the air, and that clears the infield and lands half a foot inside the rope at deep backward point, but runs away for 4. So another aggressive shot played here by Ramiz Raja Jr. Full in the slot, outside off stump, and he just absolutely goes for it. Full guns blazing, and it almost carried all the way for 6 from our vantage point. Looks like it just landed half a foot or so inside the line, inside the rope rather, at deep backward point. But importantly for Houston, 4 more to the total. So Basapali, his first over went for only 3 runs, but so far he's already conceded 8 runs here in his second over. A much more defensive fielding position now as the imposing figure of Sam Das now goes down to deep third man, right where that ball went. And this is struck in the air, past mid-off, running away for 4 more. So all of a sudden, Ramiz Raja has taken it on himself to single-handedly change the course of this innings the way that it started. Struck on the very full delivery, low full toss actually. And it is struck through the outfield with power. Once it got wide of that fielder at mid-off, always going to be 4. So an expensive over continuing here. 1 ball remaining here in the 4th over, but 12 runs have already been scored from it. Slow delivery in the air, 4 more. Boy, look at this. Ramiz Raja has decided to take this game by the scruff of the neck. And all of a sudden, the pressure that Houston was feeling 5 deliveries ago appears to have, at least for the moment, dissipated. 16 runs from that over. 4 of the last 5 deliveries went for boundaries. At the end of 4, the score is 27 for 1.
1, 2, 3.
$27 for 1 after 4. And a change in bowling from the Forest end. That is the imposing figure. I just referred to him a second ago. Sam Das, the tall left arm fast bowler. Still a young man. I remember Sam Das playing as a U15 player, so he's not been around for very long. Don't know exactly how old he is. He can't be more than 22, 23 years old. But a tremendously gifted bowler, and the additional advantage of being a left armer coming over the wicket, always an advantage. Here he is. Full appeal for a catch. Oh, given as a wide. Boy, about 3 fielders went up in appeal on that occasion. But Sam Das starts with the ball going down the leg side. From our angle, kind of hard to see exactly where it went, but my sense from that left arm over angle is that it just went behind the batter for the first extra ball of the innings. Here's Das again. Short in the air, helped around the corner, and in fact more than around the corner. Goes all the way for 6. That is a tremendous strike. That is Gaurav Bajaj at his best. Sam Das not quite finding the right line on that occasion. A little too straight, and Bajaj just up on his toes, whipping that ball around the corner. Goes all the way for 6. That is a great, great shot by Gaurav Bajaj. Sam Das is going to want to find that off-stump line that Left arm over angle works best if the line is right. If the line is too straight, then it presents easy scoring opportunities for the batter. So he's going to want to make sure that that line is more towards off stump or maybe even the fourth stump line. Looking to pull that ball and missing again, going down the leg side. So not a really good start here by Sam Das. He's a much better bowler than this. He's going to want to make sure that he finds that line. The line is everything if you're a left arm fast bowler bowling over the wickets. And if he tries it a couple more times and is having trouble finding the right line, then he might consider going around the wicket just for purposes of finding the line. Here is again, that's the line, an appeal for LBW. Partha Patanaik taking a good look but then saying no. Not surprising that that was given as not out. Sam Das again, a left arm over. You have to be swinging it tremendously from that angle to get an LBW shout answered in the affirmative. Because otherwise, from that angle, there's always a chance that that ball is pitching outside the line of leg stump. But, in fairness, a good comeback ball for Sam Das. Here he is again. Very full. An appeal again for LBW. That struck Bajaj full on the leg, on the foot rather. He's walking around and making sure that the toes are all still attached. I believe that is 2 balls remaining in the over. I think I saw umpire Patanaik signaling to umpire Jain that that was the end of the over, or that was 2 balls remaining in the over. Das again looking to drive and not making contact. So the last few deliveries have been more along the line of what you'd want as a big left-handed fast bowler. You want that line to be on off stump or outside off stump to create that angle going away from the batter. And the first few deliveries of this over are a lot too straight, and the last few were exactly what Sam Das wants. Oh, on this occasion, going down the leg side again. So an expensive over continues. 36 so far from this over. 36 is the overall score. 9 so far from this over. There's been 1-6. And that's the only run so far off of the bat. Everything else has been extras. And Sam Das just now looking to close things out effectively here without further damage. Now there's a fielder dropping back, still inside the power play, only 1 over and 1 ball remaining in the power play, but there's a fielder that's dropped back to deep mid-wicket. So deep mid-wicket in position. Captain Justin Dill sending him a little bit more around to his right. And there's also a fielder at deep backward square leg. So expect that something is going to be short and straight. And there is a good line. That's a very good finish to the over by Sam Das. I think that's the last ball. Nope, 1 more over left, 1 more ball left rather. And if Das is able to bowl that line, then I think that's going to be better for him. So just 1 ball remaining. 9 runs already conceded from the over. Looking to close out strong here. In the air and over the top. That runs away for 4. 1 bounce, 2 bounces. Over mid-off. Goes away for 4. So an expensive over comes to an end. 13 runs from the over. At the end of 5, the score is 40-1.
My son, he's so soft-spoken. Oh, yeah. Everyone says he's so good-looking, and he never forgets to call.
Hi, Mom. Born for your true self. The 2022 Tundra. Toyota. Let's go places.
Pleased to bring you the 2022 Toyota Minor League Cricket Championship presented by Sunoco. And our official sponsor is DAFA News. And the news here from Prairie View is that Houston chasing 146 as a target. Have reached the score of 40 without one, or 44-1. They're another 106 runs adrift. And it's not going to be easy because St. Louis has started up bowling well. If you're Houston, you're going to be looking to find the ways that you can score, find those scoring opportunities. 1 over remaining in the power play, and it will not be easy. It appears that this is going to be Paras Marwaha bowling from the highway end. Quick look at the worm. Houston, I think, is in range of where they want to be. Paras Marwaha is a U21 player, left arm spinner, similar to Kartik Gatepale in that sense. He's going to want to make sure that things stay quiet. The players in the deep, only 2 allowed outside the circle, are at deep backward square and sweeping on the offside at deep extra cover. This is looking to pull, not making good contact, but I think placed well enough that they'll get 2. So again, if you're going to be Houston and you're looking to find ways to score, still many options of scoring. Only 2 fielders allowed outside. So deep backward square is one and deep extra cover is the other. That suggests that there are many other places that you can get your runs from. So it's better ball this time. Just on off stump and a little flatter also. Just defended in front of the stumps by Ramiz Raja. Raja now up to 22 from 17. He's had a good start to his innings. Gaurav Bajaj 10 from 8. Slower through the air. Ramiz Raja just chipping just a little bit to get to the pitch and smother the spin. So good 3 deliveries here to start his spell by Paras Marwa. Again, left arm around the wicket. And again defended by Ramiz Raja. So Houston still another 104 runs adrift. It will be a huge psychological boost to them when they get that target under 100 runs. Another good ball and defended well. So the target required rate as of this stage is 7.34. The rate at which Houston is scoring is 7.2. So from that standpoint, they have the chase well and truly under control. They just want to make sure that they don't get tied down with 1 ball going to go here in the power play. They look for the quick single. Good call by Gaurav Bajaj. And they run through for that single. So a good over by Paras Marwa. But from Houston's perspective, also negotiated well. At the end of 6, the power play is done and dusted. The score is 43-1.
What's up, Doug? What got into you?
At Sunoco, we know how to fuel peak performance. Fuel your best.
At the end of the power play, the score is 43-1. And bowling will be taken up from the forest end by, it appears to be Ayan Khan. So yes, Ayan Khan continuing the attack or taking over from Samdas. Ayan Khan looking to restrict things, and he's up against somebody who's starting to get more and more comfortable. Ramiz Raja is looking dangerous. Ayan Khan left arm spinner bowling around the wicket. A little bit flatter and quicker through the air, it appears, than Paras Marwa. First delivery just defended in front of the stumps for no run. Oh my goodness. Ramiz Raja looking to come down the wicket and hit big over the top. Luckily for him, even though he missed the shot, no contact made with the bat, but luckily for him, his pad was struck. Otherwise, he was a dead duck. He would have been stumped by half a mile. Another delivery just defended. So good start to the over here by Ayan Khan. 3 dot balls. Looking to push this one through a little bit quicker again off the back foot and just forcing it down to long on for a single. Just now 2 balls remaining here in the 7th. 44 on the scoreboard. The run rate slowing down just a touch for Houston. They're at 6.6. And this is defended to short mid-wicket. 1 ball remaining. Houston has seen so many different things happen to them this year. They're going to be looking for a way to hopefully take this victory home. It won't be easy. And a single to end things here in the 7th. So good over by Ayan Khan. After his first over, the score is 45 for 1.
वक्त आ गया है लक्ष्मी बासमती राइस को घर लाने का। लक्ष्मी एक्स्ट्रा लॉन्ग बासमती राइस। इसका हर दाना हो इतना लंबा, पकते हुए महके और प्लेट पे क्या खूब खिले।
हाँ, मेरे घर लाने का।
Quick look at the scorecard. Ramiz Raja, 24 not out from 25, is the most important person so far for the Houston Hurricanes. 45 for 1 is the score. And if you are Houston, I've said it a couple times before, you just need to keep wickets in hand. As Paras Marwa is continuing, only conceded 3 runs from his first over. Here's again bowling to Gaurav Bajaj. Bajaj, a naturally aggressive player. So the fact that he has defended the first delivery here, I think, is a good sign for Houston. It's just showing that he's playing within himself and hopefully looking to take advantage of any loose balls when they come. And this is lofted in the air, down the ground. That is a huge hit. Goes all the way for 6. A valiant attempt down there in the deep at long off rather. Can't quite make out who that fielder is. He, for a second, thought he was in with a chance to make a spectacular catch. But it absolutely defeats him and goes all the way for 6. I mentioned that Gaurav Bajaj is generally a very attacking player. You expect for him to go for the shot if it's there to be hit. And maybe this ball not quite as full as he would have preferred, but still went through with the shot, played through the line, got enough of it away for 6. And the thick outside edge, good comeback ball by Paras Marwa. So to go back to my boxing analogy of several overs ago, early rounds have gone, I think, pretty evenly. Short ball, hammered, absolutely blasted. That was not a good delivery and pounced on by Gaurav Bajaj, just on the back foot, plowing it over deep mid-wicket for 6. Here you see on the replay, real drag down ball and just hammered baseball style. That one ended up in the stands between left field and center field. So good few deliveries here for Houston, a good passage of play for the Hurricanes. And Marwa has some work to do to pull things back here for the St. Louis Americans. Good work to cut that one off to avert the single. So last ball coming up in an over so far that's yielded 12 runs. Paras Marwa is going to want to make sure that he closes this over out strong. Nothing loose. Make the batters work for everything that they get. It's a good comeback delivery. A good 2 balls to close things out here in the 8th. At the end of it, the score is 57 for 1. Worrying signs here if you're a St. Louis Americans fan. Captain Justin Dill has gone back to his opening bowler, at least his number 2 bowler, Murali Basupali. Switching ends coming from the Forest end because Houston is looking threatening. In the air, in the gap, and 4. So not a good delivery to start, a little bit too straight. Really, that ball sat up and begged to be hit. And Ramiz Raja not needing an invitation to play an aggressive shot. Looking at the replay with the angle going in toward Ramiz Raja's body, just helping it around the corner. Not really hit as hard as he could potentially have hit it. But the placement was exactly in the gap between deep backward square and mid-wicket. So good start to the over here for Houston. Here's Basupali again. Oh my goodness, a huge hit was being aimed for. The thick inside edge running close to the boundary. And I think it goes for 2, or did it go all the way for 4? We'll be looking here to see what the signals are from the fielders. Nope, just 2. So Ramiz Raja looking to go, oh, those are byes. He signaled 2 byes. For a split second, I thought it was runs, but umpire Partha Patanaik signals 2 byes. Next delivery hit over the top. That runs away for 4. Nobody out there in the deep on the offside. Cannot bowl that line with no protection in the outside. And just helped away. Easy shot. A man who is in the frame of mind that Ramiz Raja is does not need an invitation to take advantage of such a shot. Just simply helps it away over the top for 4. So all of a sudden now Houston seems to be off and running, and for the first time the run rate that they're scoring at, 7.88, has exceeded the required rate, which is 6.87. And again, I've said a couple of times already, this Houston team bats much, they bat sort of more towards the bottom end of their innings. In other words, the batters who are coming afterwards can hit big. We may not need those batters afterward because Ramiz Raja seems to be taking things on himself. 4 more over extra cover. 14 runs from the over so far. I don't think that this is what Justin Dill had in mind when he went back to Basupali, because Ramiz Raja right now is looking like he wants to finish this in about 13 or 14 overs. Raja now racing on to 36 from 29. 2 balls still remaining here in the 9th. But if you're St. Louis, you're going to want to find a way to stem the flow of runs, because Ramiz Raja does not appear that he wants to let go of the stranglehold that he has on the bowling attack at the moment. Around the wicket on this occasion now, and they take a simple single, just defend it into the offside and jog through for a run. This is a good counter-attack by Ramiz Raja. He's now up to 37 from 30. Gaurav Bajaj, who generally is a truly aggressive player, has taken a back seat in the last few balls to Ramiz Raja, but he's capable of hitting himself. And another single in the infield. Oh my goodness, a direct hit. Oh, he's giving him. Oh, what an absolutely anticlimactic run of play. Ramiz Raja just jogging, absolutely jogging, no urgency whatsoever. And a direct hit from the covers. Oh my goodness, he will feel that he gave one away there. Here's a throw, quick pick up and throw. And it also appeared that he did not start sliding his bat early enough. And when you don't start sliding your bat early enough, then you run the risk of the bat being in the air while the throw has hit the stumps. That's exactly what has happened here. And it is given out. So Ramiz Raja having to walk back. Unfortunately for him, he's out for 37. Oh, check that. It is Gaurav Bajaj. My apologies. Gaurav Bajaj who is out. In fact, no, that is not right. Gaurav Bajaj is still at the wicket. The scorecard has it wrong. It is Ramiz Raja who has run out. Gaurav Bajaj is still at the wicket. He's now joined at the wicket by Zenith Fowler. Oh. Well, you don't ever like to lose a wicket, but you would have to feel that the Houston Hurricanes will feel like they actually gave one to the Hurricanes on that occasion. Committing 2 sins on that occasion was Ramiz Raja. So he took off late, and then here the throw is coming in from the covers. He does not slide his bat early enough. When he's crossing the line, his bat is still in the air. I think that is exactly what did him. He's going to want to know that had he had his bat down and grounded it in time, he very well could have been adjudged not out. Oh, an exciting period of play, but now the 10th over is about to start, and it is Ayan Khan to continue. Bowling 2, Gaurav Bajaj. It'll be interesting to see what approach Gaurav Bajaj takes here as this ball is forced off the back foot, running down towards the boundary. Oh, it gets through that fielder, running around, sweeping on the offside, and goes away for 4. Oh, a pressure release shot by Houston. Bajaj getting a boundary when he well and truly should have only had 2 runs. But that fielder running around to his left, that is Dhruv Dugal, not able to control that ball and gets it through, and it goes for 4. Short and hammered down the ground for a single. That brings Gaurav Bajaj, check that, that brings Zenith Fowler on strike. The score is 77 for 2. Boy, Houston will feel that they absolutely gave away a wicket on that occasion. But almost halfway through the innings and only 2 wickets down, they would not be necessarily disappointed with that. Zenith Fowler just defending that one, no run. Looking to come huge stride forward on that occasion, Fowler. Ayan Khan again. Swept around the corner. That is going to be at least 1. In fact, it goes close to the boundary. They'll get 2. Do they want 3? No, they don't come back for 3. That is 2 runs then to the total. I believe that is the last 1 ball remaining in the over. And the St. Louis Americans still attacking. There's that fielder at slip looking to take wickets here. And I do not blame them because they do need a few wickets to make things go the way they want it to. And this is an appeal for stumping. Not out as Zenith Fowler misses the drive. Umpire Partha Patanaik says not out, and that's the end of the over. At the end of 10, we're halfway through the chase. 7-9 runs for 2 wickets is the score. Houston needs another 6-7 in 10.
My son, he's so soft-spoken. Oh, yeah. Everyone says he's so good-looking, and he never forgets to call.
Hi, Mom. Born for your true self. The 2022 Tundra. Toyota. Let's go places.
How old are you? 10?
Seven to 9 for 2. The last over to be bowled here by Basupali. Oh, this delivery is just run down to short third man for a single. So Basupali so far, none for 33 from 3.1 overs. He had a particularly expensive last over that went for 15 runs, but it ended importantly with a run out. So Zenith Fowler is now on strike. He has scored 2 runs from 3 balls faced. The man from Westmoreland in western Jamaica. And he's an attacking batter. You expect for him to get settled and then look for some shots as this goes looking around the wicket, bowling around the wicket to Fowler and just defends it into the leg side for a quick single. So if you're Houston, you want to make sure that you continue with the scorecard ticking. You are already ahead of the run rate. You're scoring at the rate of 7.74 runs and over. You need from this stage another 6.83. So just over a run a ball to win. You need another 66 runs from 58 balls. This ball is defended. So 3 balls remaining in the day's work for Murali Basupali. Basupali, I think just looking to make sure that things stay quiet here. Pull around the corner. It's going to be at least 1, just 1. There's a fielder coming in off of the boundary at deep backward square leg, limits the damage. So the score now ticking up for Houston to 81 for 2. Just another 65 runs needed. Houston so far this year has lost games that they were in very good position to win. And so part of the process for them is going to be just learning how to close games out like they did last year. Last year, they had a much better record. I think they were a much better team. But this team is not without talent. It just needs to re-teach itself how to win games. Oh, looking to cut this one away. Fowler not making contact. And I think just 1 ball remaining in the day's work for Murali Basupali. It's a good over that he's bowling right now. Just 2 runs already from it. Looking for a single. Oh my, almost disaster there for Fowler. Almost slipped and fell, which would have been the end of his day. Luckily for him, he maintains his balance. And it's just a dot ball to close things out here in the 11th. So that is the end of 11. After 11, the score is 81 for 2.
You're watching the Toyota Minor League Cricket Championship, presented by Sunoco.
Welcome back to the Prairie View Cricket Complex, Toyota Minor League Cricket Championship presented by Sunoco. This is Ayan Khan continuing the attack from the highway end. First two deliveries here in the 12th are dot balls. Ayan Khan so far 2 overs, make that 2.2 overs now. None for 9, but you get the sense that St. Louis needs wickets. So this is lofted in the air, should be 2. Easy one, and then just jogging back for the second. The Houston Hurricanes, again, this year have had some truly heartbreak type losses, including one last week where for all money they had Dallas against the ropes. And then the great Adnan Haroon, reverse sweep, missing out on that occasion, Gaurav Bajaj. But the great Adnan Haroon with a, it's going to be a wicket. How is he given? Don't have any indication here. Gaurav Bajaj is signaling that he was not out. I'm not exactly sure what happened. Waiting to see what the decision is. Gaurav Bajaj is not happy and he's remonstrating very audibly. Now the umpires are talking. See if we can look at the replay and see what happens here. Looking for the reverse sweep. Was he given out LBW? Not exactly sure what the mode of dismissal is. Now, a little bit of discussion. It appears that he's going to remain at the wicket. So, we're not able to hear what's going on at the wicket. Calmer heads appear to have prevailed. And at the end of all of that, not sure what just happened, but not out is the decision.
I think after discussing with the leg umpire, the on-field umpire reversed his decision to not out. It appears like that Gaurav Bajaj actually hit the ball. That's what the discussion was about.
Interesting. And Gaurav Bajaj is still talking to the keeper, to Nikhil Kanchan. And there's still discussion going on. I don't think this is quite finished just yet. It'll be interesting to see or hear from the particulars exactly what's happening. Justin Dill now speaking to the standing umpire, Rakesh Jain.
Honestly, actually, on-field umpire can change his decision until the next ball is bowled. So the umpire here is in his full right to discuss the decision and reverse it if he needs to.
Sure. Now, it'll be interesting to see what this next ball looks like. Ayan Khan around the wicket. Bajaj in the air. This is going to be catchable. And he's gone. Oh my, look at this. After all of that, the very next delivery, Gaurav Bajaj serves the simplest of catches to deep mid-wicket. The third wicket goes down.
You want to say commentator curse?
That was you, that's not me. My goodness. So, Gaurav Bajaj, who is, again, a naturally aggressive player, I didn't say it, but I thought it. I thought he'd be going for a big hit for the very next ball. As it turns out, he only serves the simplest of catches to deep mid-wicket. And the third wicket goes down. Houston moves on to 83 for 3.
And if there is anybody who can teach you how to play a reverse sweep, that will be Saqlain Haider, who is walking in right now.
Saqlain Haider, if you've never seen Saqlain Haider bat, I don't think necessarily it's the exact score that he scores, it's how he scores his runs. He scores his runs square of the wicket on either side. He is equally powerful with a conventional sweep and reverse sweep. He can hit either one for 6.
I still remember that game last year against Dallas when he switch hit over the covers. I mean, technically it was deep mid-wicket for the left-handed batsman, but then he changed his position and hit over the cover as a right-hander for 6 on the last ball, and we won that game. I still remember that game.
Just tremendous, tremendous batsmanship. Very unorthodox, and those of us who grew up playing normal cricket will find it difficult to get accustomed to this type of batting, but there is no question that he is, number one, very effective, and number two, really difficult to set a field for, because he just looks to see where the fielders in the deep are. For example, right now there is nobody sweeping in the deep on the offside. I suggest that, in fact, now they're dropping somebody back for that exact. They just heard me, because they're dropping that fielder now back to deep point. That is an area that he loves to target with his reverse sweeps, and so he is generally very difficult to bowl at.
And it doesn't matter whether it is the first ball of the inning or the last ball, he is going to go for it.
Oh. Boy, buckle up, folks. This one is far from being finished. And if Houston was a nose in front 2 overs ago, I think they've pulled even again. The current run rate is 7.01. The required rate is 7.71. First delivery goes down the leg side. I believe that's going to be signal wide. Yep, there's a signal wide from umpire Rakesh Jain. So just 1 ball still remaining here in the 12th over. 3 wickets down, so 7 wickets in hand. That ball going down the leg side. You could possibly think that Ian Khan is trying to stay away from the reverse sweep, but there's a conventional sweep down to deep backward square leg for a single. And that is the end of the 12th. So 1 more run to the total. At the end of 12, the score is 85 for 3.
1, 2, 3.
And we are back. 12 overs, 8 more to go. And we can see here Usman Rafiq is practicing his shots in the dugout. So I'm believing he will be the next. And we got intruder in the commentary box.
But Mangesh, Captain Usman Rafiq will want to think that he would not be needed at least for several overs.
Absolutely, because the way things are going right now, they are on a cruise control mode. If they want to finish it earlier, that is an option. But yeah, I think at this point, Houston Hurricane will be more concerned about the win rather than run rate or anything else. So far, so good.
I completely agree with you. So the bowler now is, from the Forest end, is Bajinder Singh. Singh, a right arm seamer, bowling over the wicket. Single taken off of the first ball of the 13th. Oh,
nice little tap for single, but fielder was too quick.
Zenith Fowler, I think, taking a little bit of extra time to get himself in before he starts going for his shots. I know he was relatively upset that he got out cheaply last week, and I think he wants to make up for it today. In the air, look at this, is running away in that gap between extra cover and mid-off. They go for two as Sam Das running around from mid-off to get there. So you would think that even though he's not necessarily going for his big hits just yet, Zenith Fowler, that he's a good enough batter that he can still score relatively quickly. Right now he's 8 from 8. So striking it at 100 rate, hammered straight. That's going to be trouble, but straight to long on. I'll tell you what, that's a great piece of fielding. That was struck with power, but straight to that fielder in the deep.
He was actually looking good last week, and then he got out, so he was really upset about it because he got a really, really good start that day.
Completely agree with you. And you remember right before he got out, he hit probably the prettiest of all sixes that were hit last week.
Yes. I think they were featured in honorable mention last week.
Completely. Just another quick single. Oh, direct hit.
Direct hit.
Good piece of work. Partha Patanaik in the right decision as an umpire. Of course, you don't expect Partha to make any mistakes at all as an umpire. He is bang on target with all umpiring protocol, and he was exactly square of the wicket, which is exactly where you want him to make that call.
And you can see even in the last over, he made a right call by discussing it with the main umpire, Rakesh, and giving it that Gaurav Bajaj's wicket not out.
That's exactly right. So what you want from umpires is just to be able to get the call right. You'll accept a little bit of a delay just as long as the call is right. Next delivery. Oh, catching practice behind us. Oh, he blasted that one. That is the biggest six of the day. There was a 6 hit earlier that landed on top of this building. This one clears the commentator's box all the way for 6, the biggest 6 of the match.
You can see it on the screen right now. The player is still running towards the ball.
Wow, tremendous stroke. So that is 6 of the best off of the bat of Zenith Fowler. And at the end of 13, the score is 96 for 3.
That is the power of Zenith Fowler.
What's up, Doug? What got into you?
At Sunoco, we know how to fuel peak performance. Fuel your best.
Bhaskar is looking tense.
Well, in the last 2 overs, maybe the last over and a half, Houston again has pulled ahead by a nose.
Absolutely.
But Houston has lost several games this year that by all right they should have won. So I don't think anybody with a red shirt on right now is comfortable at all.
You are absolutely right. Last year we actually started off really well with the first game. winning that on the last ball, and this year we lost the first game on the last ball. So the campaign actually did not start it the way we wanted it to be, and we lost 3 close games, especially the one against San Diego Chargers, and last week against Dallas, and the first game against Dallas. These 3 games are the main culprit of our standing right now in this Pacific Central Zone division.
Wow. This ball is now stroked down to square legs, and Fowler looking strong and looking set. 15 off of 10. Make that now 16 off 11. 1-4 and 1-6. So,
and this T20 is a funny format, as you know. I mean, even though you have a greatest of the team on paper,
yes,
it doesn't really matter at the end, because whatever you do on the field, the margins are so small that you can win or lose within like a couple of overs.
You are 100% right, and there is a very thin margin between the best of teams and the worst of teams. Look at a team like Dallas. Last year they flourished down towards the bottom of the division, even though on paper they were one of the stronger sides. This year, with almost the same side, they are the best team likely in the division and one of the best teams in the country.
So far they only lost 1 game, and a sweep shot was attempted there by Zenith Fowler. The fielders were trying to do a relay fielding, but which was not really pretty.
Relay fielding generally doesn't work as well if you roll the ball between each other. And 2 more runs to the total. So the 100 is up with that stroke. Another psychological barrier crossed by Houston. So now they only need another 45 runs. This ball is helped down to long on for a single, so just 1 ball remaining in the 14th. Houston with just another 44 runs to get another 37 balls in which to get them.
With 7 wickets in hand, it should be easy, but you never know.
With 7 wickets in hand, it should be easy. That's the operative phrase, should be easy.
Last week also we were in the same position, and then we know what the result was.
Yep.
Even in the morning, the first inning, actually St. Louis was in a really good position at the start of the 20th over, and then they lost 4 wickets on the trot. Usman Rafiq took a double hat-trick, which is probably the first double hat-trick of this minor league. I would be
shocked if somebody else got a double hat-trick. I don't remember any. And
there you go.
There's the first reverse sweep of the day, running away down the hill for 4. You know it was eventually going to come.
Yeah.
It eventually came, swept away for 4. Tremendous stroke to end things here in the 14th. At the end of 14, the score is 106 for 3.
Honestly, I feel like I need to bet today, because I was calling for the hat trick, it happened. I was calling for double hat trick, it happened. I'm calling for a reverse sweep, it happened. So my odds are really good today.
So Mangesh, when you go home, find YouTube, listen to the broadcast, listen to how nobody can hear my voice at all, because all they're hearing is you yelling.
I was really excited and happy for Usman, because he was bowling really well throughout the series.
Yes.
And he really deserved this double hat trick.
Completely. So, 6 overs remaining, 40 runs to get. It seems like a relatively low number. Houston scoring at the...
Took that last corner pretty quick.
Sir, I need 1 hand on the roof, 1 hand on the pump.
Timeout for Sunoco Go Rewards.
Keep pumping.
With new Sunoco Go Rewards, when you fuel, you save, because rewards come first.
There is no way Houston could lose it from here, is there?
I don't want to say anything right now.
Oh my goodness. In fact, I may have missed a run. The score is actually 107 for 3. Sam Das back into the attack. Lofted in the air. This is going to be 6. Bang against the wall. Oh, I know you heard that one. And the best thing about that 6 is that it hit the wall about a foot and a half, maybe 2 feet away from the glass. Had that hit the glass on the full, we might have had some serious work to do here in the commentator's booth. 6 runs to start the 15th by Zenith Fowler. Here's Sam Das again. That's good cricket, just running it down the hill. I think they should get 2 here easily. In fact, it goes all the way for 4. Look at that. That might be a better shot than the 6.
That was pure timing, pure timing.
Oh my goodness, that was a thing of beauty. Just up on his toes and riding the bounce, getting it past that fielder at backward point. And that ball never slowed down an inch as it ran away from that fielder, running from backward point, running away for 4. So now the deficit is only 29 runs. Mangesh, I can't say it just yet. I think there's definitely the case that Houston is ahead. Do they lose it from here?
I will wait until the game finishes.
Houston would really, really welcome a victory here. They truly need it. Of course, also St. Louis has come all the way from up north, and they won't give it easily. Here's Sam Das again.
Actually, Houston is in a position where they can create a couple of upsets. If the more games they win, the more teams will go down on the in the table, and that will actually we are helping Dallas this day.
That is certainly the case. Now, if you're Houston, you certainly don't want to think too far ahead. What you're wanting to think is that you want to close this game out. You don't care how, just close the game out with a victory. Well defended, and that's a good ball. So the last couple of deliveries from Sam Das have been more along the lines and lengths that you'd want your big left-handed fast bowler to hit. 2 dot balls, even the 4 that ball that went for 4 wasn't exactly a bad ball. And you just want Sam Das now to just close out strong. Here he is again. In the slot and belted down the ground for 4. Oh, what an absolutely brilliant shot by Zenith Fowler. Boy, that delivery was well and truly in the slot. That's just over pitching on that occasion. Here you see on the replay, and Fowler making room, actually staying leg side of the ball, making room to create that extra bit of space, and just blasting it straight right between long off and long on, and runs away for 4. Just another 25 runs needed here for Houston to close this game out. Needing to score now at less than 5 and over with 7 wickets in hand. My goodness. Again, if you're Houston, there's no way you could lose this. I don't think. Of course, we saw a double hat trick this morning. A double hat trick can happen at any point. A quintuple hat trick can happen. But you want to make sure, if you're Houston, that you close strong here. Here's Das again. Oh, lovely shot.
Good shot. Through extra cover for single. Oh, they're running for second.
Coming back for the second and getting it pretty easily in the end. This is good cricket. Absolutely good cricket by Houston. 16 runs from that over. A very expensive one. And at the end of 15, 5 more overs to go. Will we need all 5? I don't think we will. But either way, the score is 123 for 3.
वक्त आ गया है लक्ष्मी बासमती राइस को घर लाने का। लक्ष्मी एक्स्ट्रा लॉन्ग बासमती राइस, इसका हर दाना हो इतना लंबा, पकते हुए महके और प्लेट पे क्या खूब खिले।
हाँ, मेरे घर लाने का।
Welcome back to the Prairie View Cricket Complex. 2022 Toyota Minor League Cricket Championship presented by Sunoco. Our official sponsor, DAFA News. Dauphin News, the officials at Dauphin News have a decision to make here as to who the man of the match will be. Player of the match, make that. Short ball, pulled massively. That may have burst through the hands of Justin Dill at short mid-wicket, but it was pulled massively, really, really hard. Well, honestly, those either stick or they don't. And, look at the replay here. Justin Dill just not able to make contact. On second look at that, it looks like he did not actually make contact with it. But either way, right through him and goes for 4. So Houston now only 19 runs away as Paras Marwa is asked to control things here in the 16th. Bowling now over the wicket. Attempted sweep, reverse sweep, of course, and it is missed. Saqlain Haider now facing up to Paras Marwa down the wicket, just chipping down and meeting that 1.5 volley, punching it down the ground to long on for a single. 18 runs away now, Houston. 18 runs with 27 balls remaining.
Still a long way away.
A long way away. 7 wickets in hand with each delivery that produces a single. Each delivery that does not produce a wicket for St. Louis. One gets the feeling that Houston is drawing closer and closer to what for them would feel like a really, really important victory. In the meantime, Zenith Fowler back on strike, 33 from 18. Left armer now goes back around the wicket and forces this off the back foot. That could have hurt the captain just a little bit. Nope. So,
do you want to bet on the next ball?
I'm not betting. My money stays exactly where it is. Around the wicket, there's a stroke into the deep extra cover. Just managing to judge it appropriately. And the throw comes into the keeper's end for a single. So just 1 ball remaining here in the 16th. Score is 129 for 3. So Houston, another 17 runs adrift. But they want to make sure that there are no more hiccups. And Saqlain Haider back facing Paras Marwa. There is the attempted sweep.
I think that's a wide. Nope.
Not given as a wide. Interesting. From our angle, it's kind of hard to see exactly where that ball went. But either way, that is the end of the over. At the end of 16. 4 more to go. The score is 129 for 3.
1, 2, 3.
That was my Jamaican bias. I'm sorry. 129 for 3. Another 4 overs remaining maximum in this game, but just another 17 runs separating Houston from victory. Justin Dill can wait no longer. He brings himself back on. One gets the sense that this is the final roll of the dice for the captain. He needs to take wickets here. Even if he bowls a maiden would still leave Houston with less than a run a ball to get for victory. So Dill is going to want to make sure that he takes wickets. Not good enough to just restrict the batters from scoring. He needs wickets and he needs a bunch of them. Now just looking at the field, third man is dropping back on the boundary. Mid-off is inside the circle. Long on is back on the boundary. There's a sweeper in the deep at cover. There's a deep square leg and a deep mid-wicket. That to me suggests shorter and maybe an off stump. This ball is defended. They can get two if they run hard. No. Good work from Justin Dill himself coming across and preventing that extra run from being taken. But a single to start things here in the 17th. Houston is 16 runs away at this stage. They have 7 wickets in hand. Scoring at the rate of 8, needing to score at the rate of 4. So one gets the sense, of course, that the only way St. Louis wins this is by a quadruple wicket maiden or something along those lines. But with Saqlain Haider on strike, the unorthodox style that he has, it will be interesting to see what Justin Dill's approach is. So a lot of scrambling around of the field, long on, dropping back, long off, inside the circle, deep mid-wicket in place, deep backward square leg in place, fine leg in place on the boundaries, deep cover on the boundary. So lots of room for singles if they want it. And of course, if you're Houston, you'll gladly take the singles. Justin Dill now bowling around the wicket to the left-handed, for now, Saqlain Haider. There is it, drop and run stuff. I mentioned there should be a bunch of room, and there is a lot of room, plenty of room to just drop the ball into the offside and run those singles. Houston can do this 15 more times, and they'll be perfectly happy with that approach. I don't get the sense that that's what they will do, because you get the sense that if there's a loose ball, they'll try to pounce on it. But they have to realize that there's no reason to take any risks. And they just can, again, potentially, even though it's unlikely, potentially they can just take singles and win it from here. Great delivery, finds the outside edge, running down to third man, and it goes away for 4. Oh, that is a great delivery by Justin Dill again, but if you're Houston, you'll gladly take those 4 runs. Looking at the replay, one of those again angled in and kissing the outside edge of the bat, running away down the hill. The fielder at third man running around, not able to get there, and only, I think, succeeding in palming it over the ropes at the very last minute. So 4 more runs, and Fowler now up to 39. And only 11 runs separating Houston from victory. Here's Dill again. Oh, big swipe and a miss. That was an effort ball by Justin Dill. Not making any contacts. And Fowler looking to flash that one away over the offside. 11 runs required now for Houston. Here's see on the replay. Boy, still so much bounce and carry in this wicket. As that ball sailing over the top of that attempted cut by Zenith Fowler. But he's still there. Here's Dill again. Stays low right through the keeper, and it's going to run away for 4 buys. Nope, 4 runs. It obviously took the edge. Oh, so Justin Dill has found the edge twice in this over, but twice the ball has run away down to third man for 4. And now only, you see on the replay, boy, the ball came back in. Tremendous bowling by Dill this time. All the others pitched and left the batters. This one came back in, again kissed the outside edge. And boy, looking at the replay, not an easy take, and keeper Concha not able to take it. Dill again, oh, look at that delivery, snaking up at Fowler. Does well to keep it down. So that is the end of Dill's 3rd over. 10 runs come from it. 7 more runs required for Houston. Not only did Justin Dill not take any wickets.
He's so soft-spoken. Oh, yeah. Everyone says he's so good-looking, and he never forgets to call.
Hi, Mom. Born for your true self. The 2022 Tundra. Toyota. Let's go places.
Much of the pressure that they've felt for a lot of this season. They've not had a good season overall in terms of where they are in the standings. And you've heard Mangesh Chowdhury say earlier that they've lost several games, very close games that they feel that they should have won and could have won. But now only 7 runs remain, and 7 runs are keeping them away from what I think would be a really well-deserved victory. So back to the highway end. I believe this is Baljinder Singh, who will be bowling his second over. Baljinder Singh, his first over went for 11 runs. If he bowls another such over here, that will be the end of the game. Houston only needs another 7 runs to win. And he's bowling to Sakleen Haider. Down the leg side, that's going to be a wide, I believe. Yep, there's a wide signal by umpire Rakesh Jain. So
I think now it is safe to say Houston might win this game.
1 stroke away at this stage is Houston. Sakleen Haider back on strike. Here's Singh. Defended into the covers for no run. Six runs required. So far, the majority of the work with the bat has been done by Zenith Fowler, Jamaican hitter. This should be 1 run, just glancing it off his pads down to deep square leg for a single. Zenith Fowler, 43 from 25. I don't think that Zenith Fowler will be thinking about his 50, but if he were thinking about his 50, in theory, he could hit a double, come back on strike, and then hit a 6. If he did that, he would get to his 50, but I don't think they're thinking in those terms. I think they're thinking, get this victory and let's get off the field and into the shade. Here is Singh. Full toss, driven straight down the ground. Fielder running around from long off. Oh, look at this. Exactly as I mentioned. So 2 runs. They are now 3 runs away from victory. And Zenith Fowler is 1 stroke away from his 50.
Now you want to bet, huh?
Could it happen the way that I just suggested? Here it is. Oh, we tried it. It did not work. He was absolutely going for it. And you know that's what he was going for. Ends up holding out to mid-on. I honestly do not blame him for trying because it was there. I think the final result is all but determined at this stage. And he just wanted to have that 50 against his name. Ends up failing in that effort. So still another 3 runs to get. But I think Zenith Fowler will be satisfied, even though he did not get to his 50, that he did what he needed to all but see his team over the finish line.
I think he batted really well. Really well there. Actually, when he came to bat, the situation was poised, very well balanced. Yep. Now he made sure that the team is over the line, and that is Captain Usman, who just took double hat-trick. Now walking to bat for last 4 runs, I guess. How many runs?
3 runs remaining.
3 runs to win.
Usman Rafiq, I can almost guarantee, will not be looking for a 6 here. Usman Rafiq will just be looking for whatever runs can be scored off the bat in order to get his team over the finish line.
I agree. I think he will be just finishing the inning, get the game done. And by looks of it, food has been served, so I guess everybody will be hungry.
So not unexpected that you see a relatively aggressive field being set, cover coming into position. There is a fielder at short third man. Oh, actually, Sakleen Haider is on strike. Okay, Sakleen Haider is on strike. So short mid-wicket in position and short fine leg, short third man rather. Here's the delivery. Oh, tried to drop and run. Oh no, absolutely unnecessary and very, very anticlimactic. Usman Rafiq finds himself halfway down, closer to Sakleen Hader than the stumps that he was supposed to be in front of, and a pretty simple run out in the end.
That was a clear-cut misjudgment and miscall.
Oh my goodness!
Between these two batsmen.
Oh, you hate to see it happen. That's the second run out this innings. Usman Rafiq, captain, is run out without having faced the ball. That will not feel good to the captain.
Given this situation, I think Sakleen should not even think about this and just get the game done. I know it is disappointing.
It's disappointing. He needs 3 runs. What Sakleen Hader, I agree that he should look to finish the game. What he should not do is do something reckless.
Absolutely.
So you have all kinds of time, but don't necessarily look to manufacture a stroke. All you need to be doing here is just looking to finish the game. And if it means that the ball is in the slot, you go over the top if you need to. Otherwise, you can get a victory by just playing a conventional stroke in the V and getting the runs that way.
Last 2 wickets, what was how they got out and who's it?
रन आउट तो इसने किया जस्टिन डिल ने.
Okay, so Balwinder Singh back in and no run taken there. Action replay of the last delivery, but on this occasion no run taken. So a very anticlimactic over at the end of it. 4 runs coming from it, but importantly 2 wickets. And at the end of the 18th over, still 3 more runs required, and it feels like there's a tremendous hill that Houston needs to climb all of a sudden.
What's up, Doug? What got into you?
At Sunoco, we know how to fuel peak performance. Fuel your best.
Who is now on strike is Ashley Nurse. So my actual scorecard might have been wrong. The official score, nope, I think I was right. Now all of a sudden it's been adjusted. And very honestly, I'm not sure what's going on because now the scoreboard is jumping around. Yeah. But either way, Houston needs fewer than 4 runs to win. We'll get the exact target here shortly. Ashley Nurse is on strike. Here's Justin Dill. .144 for 5 is the actual score. Here's Dill. Oh, look at this. A scoop shot by Ashley Nurse. Runs away for 4, and that is the end of the ball game. Oh, just 1 ball needed to close things out. Ashley Nurse gets directly in line, and instead of punching it back down the ground, scoops it over his head. No one in the neighborhood, and it runs away behind square for 4. So that is the end of the game. Houston can breathe a sigh of relief. They have won this game by 5 wickets. A little bit of a hiccup towards the end with the loss of the 2 wickets, but in the end, things are taken home by the Houston Hurricanes. So that is the end of the play for now. I believe that we will have an interview coming up shortly, so don't leave us. We will be coming up to interview who I believe should be the man in the match, Usman Rafiq. As soon as we can get a hold of him, hang loose. We'll be right there.
You're watching the Toyota Minor League Cricket Championship, presented by Sunoco.
Took that last corner pretty quick.
Sir, I need one hand on the roof, one hand on the pump.
Timeout for Sunoco Go Rewards.
Keep pumping.
With new Sunoco Go Rewards, when you fuel, you save, because rewards come first.
Back here at Prairie View with, I'm not part of the team that selects the match. For me, either the official or unofficial man of the match, Captain Usman Rafiq. Usman, how's it feel?
It feels definitely great. I'm really happy. The boys are shaping up well. Back-to-back wins, of course, that gives us a lot of the confidence moving forward throughout the tournament.
So, tell me about your mentality bowling the last over, the 20th over. I know you're a confident bowler. There's no thinking you take 4 wickets in that over, is there?
No, I mean, I wanted to just, they already had scored quite a lot. Basically, I mean, I was thinking, I think they were about 10 to 15 runs over. But, I just wanted to come in and back myself and back my ability and try and, finish the things off as low as possible. So, yeah, it worked out in my favor.
So I'll let somebody more intelligent than me figure out who's where in the standings. But it feels like the last couple of matches you've started to develop a little bit of momentum. What can you accomplish going towards the back end of this series and the back end of this season?
See, it's really important for us to, number one, stay positive and back each other up, and that's what we're doing. And again, we just come out here, results will follow afterwards, but looking at the table, number 2, number 3 spots still, open up for grab, and we're just trying our best to win most of our games, actually rest of our games, and try to see maybe if we can get there.
I've kept you away from the team long. Congratulations, you made all of Houston proud.
Thank you so much, appreciate it.
So, closing things out here from Prairie View, the Houston Hurricanes have had a tremendous game. A few hiccups toward the end, but they went on and won this game convincingly in the end by 5 wickets. This is Brian Walters signing off from Prairie View. Join you next time. The score is going to be in your favor. Great delivery. Oh my goodness. This is going to very full. Oh my goodness, that is a drop. If you maneuver the bowling. And this one is helped behind square. A little too straight for Justin Dill. And taking advantage. Full. Oh, struck right back to Dill and he takes it. Bowling options. And Justin Dill back in now to attack the new batter, Gaurav Bajaj. Look at this delivery. Oh, here's Basapali again. And this is crashed through the covers, and this takes a little bit of the pressure off. Further damage is done. In the air, and that clears the infield and lands half a foot inside the rope at the back. Third man, right where that ball went. And this is struck in the air, past mid-off, running away for 4 more. So all of us scored from it. Slower delivery in the air, 4 more. Boy, look at this. Ramiz Raja has decided. Here's Das again. Short in the air, helped around the corner, and in fact, more than around the corner. Goes all the way for 6. Close out strong here. In the air and over the top. That runs away for 4. 1 bounce, 2 bounces, over mid. Take advantage of any loose balls when they come. And this is lofted in the air, down the ground. That is a huge hit. Goes all evenly. Short ball, hammered, absolutely blasted. That was not in the air, in the gap, and 4. So not a good delivery. Next delivery hit over the top. That runs away for 4. Nobody out there in the deep on the offside. cannot. In other words, the batters who are coming afterwards can hit big. We may not need those batters afterward because Ramiz Raja seems to be taking things on himself. And another single in the infield. Oh my goodness, a direct hit. Oh, he's giving him. Oh, what an absolutely. And Khan around the wicket. Bajaj in the air. This is going to be catchable. And he's gone. Oh my, look at this. After all of that. Next delivery. Oh, catching practice behind us. Oh, he blasted that one. That is the biggest six of the day. If somebody else got a double hat trick, I don't remember any. And there you go. Away. There's the first reverse sweep of the day, running away down the hill for 4. You know it was eventually going to come. Sam Das back into the attack. Lofted in the air. This is going to be 6. Bang against the wall. Oh, I know you heard that one. Again. That's good cricket. Just running it down the hill. I think they should get 2 here easily. In fact, it goes all the way for 4. Look at that. That is in the slot and belted down the ground for 4. Oh, what an absolutely brilliant shot by Zenith. Player of the match. Make that short ball. Oh, pulled massively. That may have burst through the hands of Justin Dill at short mid wicket. But here. Great delivery, finds the outside edge, running down to third man, and it goes away for 4. Oh, here's Dill again. Stays low, right through the keeper, and it's going to run away for 4 buys. Nope, 4 runs. It obviously took the edge. Suggested. Here it is. Oh, we tried it. It did not work. He was absolutely going for it. And you know that's what he was going for. Ends up rather. Here's the delivery. Oh, tried to drop and run. Oh no. Oh no. Absolutely unnecessary and very, very. Here's Dill. Oh, look at this. A scoop shot by Ashley Nurse. Runs away for 4. And that is the end.
You're watching the Toyota Minor League Cricket Championship, presented by Sunoco.